a member of HCL Foundation team. I'll be your host for the day. So before we begin, I would like to set the ground rules and request all the NGO teams to please support our young participants to ensure the same. We have few ground rules. There aren't much, just few things to look after so that this can be a nice engaging session. We can all participate, enjoy and listen. Because this is happening online, it's very important that we can all listen to each other, right? So the basic ground rules are, please turn off your audio when not speaking. Please rename yourself. So I can see a lot of participants have already renamed themselves, but the ones who have not, please rename yourself as your first name, your NGO name and your location. You can look at my name, Himani, HCL Foundation, Noida. I can add Noida right now. So please rename yourself so we can see who all have joined from all the locations. Please type your queries or suggestions or responses in the chat box. There's a chat box down below. I request everyone to please put your questions in the chat box only. We will take the questions and we will ask whoever the speakers are to address your questions. You can also show your reaction through emojis in Zoom. I'm sure we all see so many emojis in the phone and chat whenever we exchange messages with our friends and family. Exactly the same way, there is a reactions tab here. So when you click on that, there are various reactions that you can choose from to maybe clap, give a thumbs up or raise your hand for asking the question. Great. So can I ask everyone to give a thumbs up if we all have understood the ground rules? We can also check if everybody is liking the reactions tab on Zoom. I'm sure we have all seen this. We have attended a lot of Zoom classes also online, right? Okay. Great. So can we go to the next slide? I extend my greetings to all our NGO partners, students of Yuva Kendra, SSG members, and budding entrepreneurs for taking out time and joining us today in the celebration of birth anniversary of Swami Vivekananda. I would like to share that we have young participants joining us from across the India. As we know, initially this event was planned as a physical gathering. We all wanted to meet and have a celebration together, but considering the current scenario, we are ensuring everybody's safety and having this virtually. So as we know that around 62.5% of India's working age population is aged between 15 to 59 years. To celebrate the spirit of youth, we are glad to invite all of you to be a part of Yuva Mela 2022 with us. I now request everyone to please rise for the national anthem.
जनगण मन अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड़ उत्कल बंग विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उज्ज्वल जलधि तरंग तव शुभ नामे जागे तव शुभ आशीष मांगे गाहे तव जय गाथा जनगण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे.
So as we all know that we begin any good event by respecting the nation that we are a part of. Thank you everyone for being a part of the national anthem. I request everyone to please be seated. Few things, you can ask your team for help, how to write in the chat box, how to set up the backdrop. You can see a Yuva Mela backdrop that we have. So it will be nice that, we'll have a feeling of attending this together. So once again, a very warm welcome to the Yuva Mela 2022. We'll be having this event scheduled from 10:30. It has already started till around 2:30. So I request everyone to please be seated and attend the whole event. I'll quickly take you through the agenda, what all we have planned for the day. So we shall begin with the presence of Ms. Nidhi Pundir, Director HCL Foundation, for the welcome address. We will then showcase a video representing a decade of stewardship and impact of HCL Foundation. Then we will have Mr. Gaurav Majumdar, Associate Manager of HCL Foundation, giving us an introduction to the skill development and livelihoods thematic. We will then be joined by Ms. Roshni Nadar Malhotra, our chairperson, for the keynote address. We have great sessions lined up for the day. I know all of you are excited to attend that. Beginning with Dr. Anadha sharing about character and confidence building, followed by a panel session, which will be moderated by Ms. Payal, capturing the success stories of our participants, your friends. We will then take a break and come back with an exciting quiz for all of you, followed by a session on Internet of Things by Mr. Tushir Malik. We also have another panel discussion on landscape of possibilities, which will be followed by Dr. Arvind's session on a very important and relevant topic, that is emotional well-being. We will then request Ms. Simi Suri, DGM HCL Foundation, for the vote of thanks. I would now like to take this opportunity to invite Ms. Nidhi Pundir, Director, HCL Foundation, for the welcome address and context setting.
Hi, good morning, everyone. Give me a thumbs up if all of you can hear me. Can you all hear me?
Yes, ma'am, we can hear and we can also see all our participants. Yeah.
Great. So I will also kind of repeat some of the instructions which Himani gave all of us. If your bandwidth allows, you can always keep the camera on, but make sure that you are looking good in the camera and it is facing towards you as the participant, and nothing else should be coming in the camera. The other thing is, all of you are requested also to wear your masks if you are attending in more than in groups, or even if two of you are attending together. Great. I see, for example, the way John Calvin's camera from BLS, both of them are wearing masks. So that's excellent. That is how you should be. If you're sitting close to each other, please wear your mask. अगर आप लोग एक से ज़्यादा लोग attend कर रहे हैं और पास पास बैठे हैं या दूर भी बैठे हैं एक ही कमरे में, तो मास्क पहनना है. Right? And also we will keep our mics muted when we are not speaking. हमारे जो mics हैं उनको mute रखना है जब हम बात नहीं कर रहे हैं. लेकिन यदि आप बात करना चाहते हैं तो चैट बॉक्स में लिख सकते हैं या उसमें लिख सकते हैं कि आप बोलना चाहते हैं. You can always say that you want to speak up, right? I would request all the NGO partners to please be with all our youth such that they can follow through the event. And if you are facing any problems in understanding what speakers are saying or what anchors are saying, you can ask questions, right? So on behalf of HCL Foundation, all our NGO partners, as well as all the team members that have organized this event, I welcome all our youth fellows, young entrepreneurs, youth champions, हमारे युवा साथी, सभी का हार्दिक अभिनंदन and a grand welcome to this first ever Yuva Mela that HCL Foundation in partnership with all the NGO partners is organizing. We wanted to do this event very much in person, physically, where all of you would have gathered under one roof. But unfortunately, because of the pandemic, we are doing it virtually. I know most of you don't like virtual meetings by now, as much as they were very exciting in the beginning. I fully understand that you want to come together, you want to travel, you want to come to the classes, you want to play, but because of the pandemic, because of the third wave of the pandemic, we are all bound to resume the virtual mode. But let me tell you that it will be over soon and this shall also pass. My first appeal to all of you is that you must stay safe. You must follow all the COVID protocols and listen to the government guidelines carefully, instructions carefully, and follow them. Not only follow the instructions, but also help spreading awareness, since you will be heard very well by your communities. Many of our Hindi speaking youth champions, Yuva Sathis, must be wondering, why are we speaking in English? And that is because we also have our youth fellows who have joined from Chennai, Madurai, Bangalore, Vijayawada. Okay, so someone is writing that they cannot hear my voice. If the hosting team could please help them. So we will be speaking in English, and your local mentors will help you with any translations if needed. Also, we will go very slow, and that's my request to the anchors. Go slow because it's an online medium and not everybody will be able to follow if we speak fast. So once again, let me wish all of you an extremely happy National Youth Day, which is commemorated in the memory of, or we can say on the birth anniversary of Swami Vivekananda. And since we are also connected with thousands of youth across the country through various initiatives that HCL Foundation has on ground, we came up with this idea of Yuva Mela, where we thought that each year we will bring together the youth participants of our program, and where you can know each other, you can find friends, you can find out the struggles and the challenges that they face in their lives and how they have been able to overcome those challenges. Most importantly, it is going to give you a very different kind of exposure. Several times, many of us are just confined to the boundaries of our cities or the centers, and we don't get enough exposure in terms of culture, language, dressing, food, etc. So under the banner of this Yuva Mela, under HCL Foundation's Uday program, you will have opportunity to know each other, know the diversity of this country, understand various kinds of challenges that youth in different parts of the country face, but more importantly, how they overcome those challenges and they make a very good living. Many of us who are part of this program, perhaps we did not have those kinds of educational opportunities in the beginning of our life. And as a result, we were not able to continue with regular education. At times, we also did not find the regular education very relevant for ourselves. And that's when most of you learned about the Yuva Kendra or the skill development initiatives, as well as the micro enterprise initiative run by HCL Foundation under HCL Uday program. We are very glad that you have joined various trades. Many of you have already completed and got your certifications. Many of you are already in job. Many of you are running a small scale business, providing employment to others. So let me first of all congratulate all of you for taking such an important step in your life, where you have joined the skill workforce of our country. Let me tell you, my friends, you are the most important people of this country. You bear the responsibility of our present as well as future. There is a concept in public health that we learn, we call it youth burden. And it is defined by a formula in public health, but if we were to actually understand the concept theoretically, it also means that you carry the responsibility of people below 18 years of age who come under the category of children, as well as you carry the responsibility on your shoulders of people who are above 45 years of age. So your age bracket is very important, very critical. The destiny of the nation, present economic growth of the nation is defined by your actions. As an individual, as well as a collective community, you play a very critical role. And all of us must understand that, because the actions we take, the kind of investment we make in our own skills, the kind of habits that we have, the kind of behavior that we display affects not only you as an individual, but also the younger generations to come who are following you, as well as the overall well-being of the older ones. Therefore, on the National Youth Day, on the birthday of Swami Vivekananda, we urge and we request all of you to invest in your capabilities, in your agency, in such a manner that you yourself are able to lead a life of dignity, not only for yourself, but also for your families, for your communities, for your nation, as well as the bigger global community that you belong to. In the current times, we no longer talk about just national responsibility. We also talk about global responsibility. We're all global citizens. Our actions affect widely. It's the era of communication. It's the era of technology. There are several methods to learn, to find out information, to seek information, and to make best use of it. There were times I remember when we were looking for jobs, or when we had to apply for jobs, we had to write our CV, type it on that typewriter somehow, and we had to physically go to the post office and post. At times we had to send by registered posts, or we had to wait for the revert for months to come. But these are the days when click of your mouse and here goes out the communication. So the speed of communication has completely changed. And that is what is to your advantage, I would say, that technology is working. Now that you have this opportunity, you are already in the Yuva Kendra centers run very efficiently by our NGO partners. You have your mentors with you. You have all kind of help available now. Make best use of it. I would just stress upon 2 or 3 things which possibly will become our challenge and our aspiration as we continue with this culture of Yuva Sathis coming together through the Yuva Mela in future. One, let us all put our introductions forward in the form of a directory, such that we are all able to. Today we could only give entry to 1,000 people in the room, but I know that many more thousands are attending as the event is being live streamed. More than 50,000 youth have already been trained through various HCL Foundation initiatives. Only in the urban areas, there are more who are being trained in our rural development programs also. Eventually, we will connect all youth who are being trained on various skill development trades, as well as who are connected through various livelihood initiatives. We will connect all of them, but let us start developing a kind of a directory at local levels, as well as at state level and national levels, such that we can all connect with each other as one community. Remember, as a collective, you are a big force. The other thing is you must identify youth like yours who need help, who also need to be mainstreamed, who are in a way lost because of lack of awareness or lack of information, or maybe certain addictions which they should not be in. Each one of you should take responsibility of 10 more people like you and show them the way. As I said, that it is important that our youth has hope, our youth has aspirations, our youth has ambitions. It is good to be ambitious, it is good to be aspirational, it is extremely important that we have hope and we have clarity of our future. Many of us struggle, especially in the current times, because of the effect of the pandemic, as well as the right kind of education that we are entitled to, in terms of charting out a goal for our future. The third important thing that I really want to say to all of you is make a little diary and write your, or maybe on your system, computer, or your phone, or whichever way you want to do that, what exactly are those 3 big things that you would want from your life, from yourself, and start working towards those goals. It is important for us to be optimistic about future. And in order to achieve those goals, you will have to make certain sacrifices. This is also an age when we want to have a lot of fun. We also want to go out. We want to break rules. But without sacrifices, nothing will be achieved. So when you will write your goal, you will also be able to write on the other side of the book, what is it that you would need to give up in order to achieve those goals? What is it that you would need to invest in yourself or learn or gain in order to achieve those goals, and start working towards that. It is also an age which is extremely productive, and it also provides us with a lot of opportunity, as well as our health is on our side. So the returns come much, much faster. So my request would be, give yourself 1 year, 2 year, 3 year charter and see how your life changes. Our promise is that we will track your progress. We will be in touch with you. If you need any support, any help at emotional level, at intellectual level, at professional level, if you're struggling with a family issue or anything, discuss with the mentors at the center, and help your friends, because it's also, I think, the most important role. It's friends who play for each other in the age that all of you are in. So be available for each other, and together we can surely pull each other up. Let me once again congratulate each one of you for all the achievements that you have made, and wish you a very bright, sparkling future. Once again, all the very best for the Yuva Mela today. Enjoy the event, learn from event, and we have extremely learned speakers coming up. Also, we'll be joined by our chairperson, Mrs. Roshni Nadar Malhotra, who herself is a youth icon and a very celebrated youth. And she's also a woman. So I would really want to leave a message for my women friends, young women friends who have joined us today, that because of some gender disparities that exist in our society, you may face more struggles. Having said that, even boys face very high level of struggle due to several circumstantial issues. But then girls obviously face higher, more challenges. It is your internal agency, it is your internal strength, your professional qualifications, the skills that you are acquiring will help you. So don't give up. We see a lot of girls coming forward to learn several trades that we offer, but then once they get married or once there's a family pressure, they give up. That shouldn't be the case. We should continue to not only invest and upgrade our skill sets, but we should always think of ourselves as responsible citizens who contribute to the national economy. These days, you can run the family successfully as well as actively contribute. And while I say that, even if you choose to be a full-time, this goes for both boys and girls, men and women, that even if you choose to be a full-time homemaker, there are ways of this education qualification that you are getting will help you even doing that successfully. Plan for your families better, invest in your children's education better. That is also active involvement in nation's economy. So all I want to say is that it is how we apply our education eventually, and how we make use of all the skills as well, soft skills, hard skills that we learn eventually helps the country at large. So all the very best, and have a good fun today, and hopefully you will have lots to take back from today's Youth Mela. Congratulations to the team and partners for organizing this, and it's very heartening to see the room full. Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much for your kind words, support, and encouragement for our young participants. I'm sure the key takeaways will help them, become global citizens, as you rightly said. As we all know, that HCL Foundation is celebrating a decade of stewardship and impact. I would now request the team to play the video to share the glimpse with us. I'll also take a moment to highlight that we will be sharing the link of our annual report in the chat box. We will be sharing the link of our annual report in the chat box for everyone's quick reference.
Sorry to interrupt, Himani, in your flow. Good morning, everybody. Before playing the video, Nidhi has already requested regarding the camera and COVID protocols. So we just went through the screens. We have posted certain camera names in our official partners WhatsApp group, where the students, I think they're having some challenges. So partners, if you can please address those names, and also keep checking these screens if they are facing any challenges, because some cameras are in different positions and students are finding it a little difficult. So a chairperson also will be joining shortly. So if you can look at that, it will be great. Thank you.
Thank you, Prajo. I once again repeat and request all the NGO partners to please ensure that the individual participants who are joining from their respective places to please follow the protocol. Requesting team to now play the video. Thank you. So we'll shortly be joined. We'll be joined by Ms. Roshni Nadar Malhotra.
Yeah, Himani, our chairperson will be joining shortly. If we can just start interacting with the students, or what kind of interaction is going to be this, if you can set some context by the time the chairperson will be joining.
Sure. Thank you, Prajo. So as we can all see that, we are celebrating a decade of stewardship and impact. I'm sure everybody would want to know and go through what has been, the great work that has been done in all these 10 years that have gone by. So I'm sure there is a link shared in the chat box for all of you to go through the annual report. And it will be exciting if we can have all the teams and NGO partners actually referring to the report and going through the report to understand the work and maybe sharing it with all our participants. And yeah, the link is of course in the chat box. Please feel free to refer to it. And you can also come back with the questions that you have. If not in today's event, we'll be happy to take up the questions in the upcoming weeks. We can also have few sessions internally, location wise, to discuss and understand everyone's views and suggestions on the same. So when we'll be joined by our chairperson, I request all of you to please put your questions in the chat box if you have any questions. And you can also, the NGO partner teams can help the participants to frame questions and write them in the chat box so that we can pick up the questions from there. I'm sure all of us are excited to, ask questions, listen to her, and it will be exciting to know what the questions of our young participants are that they would want to ask. You can also refer to the reactions. You can give a thumbs up and the other reactions that are available. So we have been joined by Ms. Roshni Nadar Malhotra. I'd like to invite Ms. Najiba, a young participant of the winning team, for Best for Value Award at First Lego League World Robotics Competition, and a speaker of Toastmaster International Youth Leadership Program, to please invite Roshni. Over to you, Najiba.
Chairperson of CSR Board Committee, Chairperson of HCL Technology. Chairperson of CSR Board Committee, Roshni ma'am provides strategic direction and guidance to all programs and initiatives of HCL Foundation, the CSR arm of HCL Technology. She is also the chairperson of Driving Force Begin Vidya Gana, a leadership academy for the economically underprivileged meritorious rural student of Uttar Pradesh, and has been from rural India, working toward the nurturing future leader from rural India who can be catalyst of change for their communities, village, and the nation at large. In recognition of her outstanding work in business and philanthropy, Roshni ma'am has received several honors and accolades. Some of these include being featured for the 5th consecutive year in the Most Powerful Women list, compiled and released by Forbes in 2021. She is an alumnus of a forum of young global leaders, a unique and diverse community of the world, most outstanding next generation leaders, an initiative of the World Economic Forum. Roshni ma'am holds undergraduate degree in communication from Northwestern University and an MBA from the Keelog School of Management. At Keelog, she was awarded the Dean's Distinguished Service Award. Roshni ma'am is married to Shikhar Malhotra and they have two sons. Welcome, Roshni ma'am.
Thank you, Naziba.
Thank you.
Thank you, Naziba. I would now request Mr. Gaurav Majumdar, Associate Manager, currently leading the Skill Development and Livelihoods vertical at HCL Foundation, to give an introduction about the thematic and share the objective of today's celebration with all of us. Over to you, Gaurav.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you, Himani. Good morning, Roshni. So before we begin, we would like to show you the small video we have prepared on Swami Vivekananda's birth anniversary. So I'd request my team to please play the video. Thank you, team. So just before we start, so we thought to just to give a kind of a brief background that why we thought to host such kind of a big event, Yuva Mela, on the birth anniversary of Swami Vivekananda, as we all know. And I must say, this is the video which gives the goosebumps to all of us to see how this India is celebrating National Youth Day today. And the theme of today's National Youth Day is it's all in the mind. And to honor the birthday of Swami Vivekananda, one of the India's greatest motivational and social leader. He saw hope for the future in every child and believed in the immense potential of the youth that could bring the phenomenal transformation in the nation building. And actually, we wanted to host this Yuva Mela physically, and this idea came around 3-4 months back, and we wanted to host it physically in one of the locations where we gather with all our Yuva Kendra participants, with our self-help group, with our entrepreneurs, to have an interaction with them to see what kind of challenges they faced and how the foundation intervention helped us to overcome and make the life better. But since this COVID is actually stuck us, and we thought to, instead of doing the offline mode, let's do the online, and to use the digital platform, Digital India initiative, in a much bigger role, where we can, at HCL Foundation, we can bring all our youth, and total 1,000 youth are still with us today in this platform in the academy, and more than 1,000 are watching through the YouTube link and other social media. So the objective behind of this hosting the Yuva Mela is basically where we provide a platform to exchange with the youth icon like Roshni and with the industry leader to disseminate knowledge and shaping intellect to our millennials, to our Yuva Kendra participant, to our youth, which trigger the mind to think out of the box, to also give us like a platform where we talk about the placement opportunities. We provide the career fair to them. We provide the NGO best practices, what they're doing across the country. And the most important idea to kind of know what's coming out in the new industry and what is happening in and around, and what we can learn from each other. So this is a platform we thought to have it, and from now on we are going to have it each year, and this is going to be like a bigger and bigger event from each and every year we would like to make it. As Swami Vivekanand once said, that take one idea, make that idea your life, dream of it, think of it, and live on that idea. And this is the way to success, and this is the way great spiritual minds are produced. The welfare of the country actually lies in the hand of our youth, and we also need to give an opportunity to exercise the immense talent which they have. And it's a responsibility of us. We have to nurture, we have to give a platform where they can showcase those talents and to interact with their peers, with the industry leaders, with the youth icon, and with their, again, teachers and everyone. So this is just a small idea we want to introduce to you. And can we move to the next slide? So the introduction, the HCL Foundation as an organization which is working on the holistic development of the youth. So we work in a complete 360-degree approach. We would like to provide the physical, emotional, professional support to each and every youth who are coming to us, and celebrating through Yuva Mela, which is like a entire nationwide celebration, and celebrating the bright lives, young lives. We are supported through the HCL Foundation. So today is like a remarkable day where all of us have joined, and those who have already graduated from our center, got a job, they are also joined by today to just witness this extra special day. And the foundation is working exclusively in the integrated development approach, where we acknowledge the contribution and capability, the capacity our youth wants to bring in, which is going to change the society as well as the national economy. The objective, what we are trying to achieve from this Yuva Mela, again, that to celebrate the potential of youth and honor their agility and contribution. So we will be hearing some of our beneficiaries, some of our participants from different sub-vertical to listen to their stories. Then we have an active discussion from the panel where they can represent in a different journey in the micro enterprises, in the women empowerment wing, in the Yuva Kendra, in the career counseling. They talk about their role, they talk about their future, what they're looking forward. And the last is to conduct youth development session. That is one of the most important thing. We would like to having most of the session on the life skill, 21st century, holistic well-being, government schemes, convergence, how to bring the machinery together also, financial inclusion, as well as the digital literacy. Digital India is very important for us to achieve the dream of our Honorable Prime Minister. Can we go next? So coming back to just to give a very brief that what we want to achieve and what is this skill development we are doing actually. As we know that India has the world largest young population, and we are the youngest country where we try to achieve the economic growth and huge market potential in terms of the education, in terms of the employment, in terms of the technology. And though the many families are migrating from the rural areas to end up in living in the low income housing areas or slum, and the youth from these households lack access to the resources and opportunities, which kind of hinders them to get into the formal employment. And through our HCL Foundation and under Uday skill development portfolio, we are actually trying to cover those through the different sub themes. It's one of the sub-theme which we cater. It's a very center agnostic, that Yuva Kendra, which we call as a very typical name. It's a skill development center where we give them providing the technical as well as non-technical training to our youth who are coming between the age of 18 to 35. It's a ITES courses, it's a automobile, it's a related to the life skill, it is related to the Apple manufacturing technology. So those courses which are very market driven, industry relevant, and which have a huge potential in the future. Then we have a sub-vertical women empowerment, which is a collectivization of our self-help group, which is the foundation of collectivization of the women, where we are engaging with our women through the different livelihood activities, and be it like a mushroom cultivation, be it a honey production, be it a turmeric production, be it a chicken curry, preserving the art and craft. Then we have a social and incubation of micro enterprises. So where we are providing the training and mentorship to our micro entrepreneurs to basically to go and have a kind of a proper financial modeling of any businesses when they start, and they have a proper kind of a market knowledge, market scan, helping them the backward integration. Like haath mein hunar we want to give them, instead of just telling like a very generic thing. Then we provide career guidance and counseling, which is like to catch them at a very young age, so that we can tell them which college they have to go and where they have to kind of enroll themselves. And last is the government institution. So we are also working very closely with the government institution to strengthen their ecosystem. We have 54 partners, more than 370 HR, human resources, which are working directly on skill development portfolio. Can we go next? This is just a footprint of skill development vertical where we are working across the HCL cities, where we are 53 Yuva Kendra, more than 53 Yuva Kendra, more than 25,000 youth been trained in these cities in technical and non-technical. Then we have a 350 plus self-help group engaged in various economic activities in those cities. Then we have 1,000 plus entrepreneurs, which are formed in training and mentorship. Then we have 15,000 youth has been received the career guidance and counseling support. So this is just like a footprint of what we have achieved for the year. This is a small dashboard. We want to just run it through these many numbers. 25,000 youth been trained with an average placement of 80% and the average salary of 15 to 18,000. We have increased the human and social capital. We have reduced the out-of-pocket expenditure through the government convergence. That is one of the achievements. We have increased the family income through the reducing the health expenditure. We have increased the financial and economic well-being. Can we go next? So these are the just glimpse of the partners whom we are working across the location, and this is just a kind of snapshot of those partners. Now I request my team to, we have also prepared a small video on Yuva Kendra journey, to just request my team to just play that video.
Foundation runs its youth transformation program called Make India Capable with support from HCL Foundation. We run the program with a focus on building life and work capabilities for the youth.
I was unable to speak English. After completing my course, I have started speaking proper English confidently. I have learned so many things like computer basics, life skills, communication skills, and learn how to control any critical situations.
At CS team, we aim to help solve water crisis of Bangalore, where the job seekers can become the job creators.
We conduct these operator training programs for these sewage treatment plants, which will help our nation's water security in the future.
Square One is an experimental theatre space. These young people will go on to become theatre practitioners and educators of the future.
Activities बहुत सारे की monologues, internships.
TNS India Foundation has partnered with HCL Foundation to train and place 500 youth from the underserved communities in Noida.
कैसे सीरीज बनाते हैं, कैसे इंटरव्यू में बात की जाती है, कैसे ड्रेसिंग रहता है, क्या मेरी स्ट्रेंथ है, क्या मेरी वीकनेस है, उस हिसाब से किस प्रोफाइल के लिए अप्लाई करना है.
हम यहाँ पे अपने स्टूडेंट्स को IT स्किल्स सिखाते हैं, साथ के साथ सॉफ्ट स्किल ट्रेनिंग भी देते हैं. 300 बच्चे अब तक पढ़ चुके हैं और 204 स्टूडेंट्स स्टूडेंट्स प्लेस हो चुके हैं।
ट्रेनिंग कंप्लीट होने के बाद मेरी जॉब लग जाएगी, जिससे मैं अपनी फैमिली को फाइनेंशियली सपोर्ट करूंगी और अपनी ड्रीम्स को फुलफिल करूंगी।
We are proud to say we really trained more than 700 candidates and placed more than 550 of them.
Our students and their families are very happy about our training and placement.
We really appreciate the contribution of HCL Foundation. Made a difference in the lives of many women.
Almost 150 women have started their small businesses for sustainable livelihood. These women are also dealing with different social entitlements. We are visioning to reach and empower more number of women and youth.
Every year, we get to train over 165 students. Many of the kids have found a great job.
To develop my communication skills, I joined HCL Yuva Mela Skill Development Program and learned spoken English.
The CSR funds provided by HCL have provided wings of happiness and success.
Physical workshops were then replaced by mentoring as well as hand-holding and doing virtual workshops.
Thank you, team. Now I would like to invite Roshni to please address our youth, and they're super excited, including us. They want to hear from you, and over to you. Thank you.
Thank you so much for the kind introduction. I am so happy to be here and so proud of everything that I've just seen. Wishing all of you and your families peaceful, prosperous 2022. I hope you are all in good health and taking all safety precautions. Be well and be strong. Today is an extremely prestigious day. I am very excited and honored to be here speaking to all of you. Since I'm still a youth and still have so much to learn myself, I don't know how much gyan I can share with you, but I just wanted to highlight again some of the work that HCL Foundation is doing extensively with the youth across the country with such amazing partners. We strongly believe that young people must receive every possible opportunity, and that helps them shape their future. So under the HCL Foundation, as you saw, 25,000 youth have been successfully trained in technical and non-technical trades and linked them to the job market with 80% placement rate. 6,500 plus women are part of self-help groups, and more than 2 crore saving accumulated for their economic well-being. More than 3,000 beneficiaries received social security entitlements, thus reduced the out-of-pocket expenditure. 1,000 plus micro entrepreneurs formed and more than 200 jobs created. 15,000 youth received career guidance and counseling support to choose well-informed career decisions. The youth is the most important asset in our country. And while it is the best and the most beautiful phase of our life, it's also a phase when we have the most maximum responsibilities on our shoulders. So it's very much within our hands to make the most of various opportunities that come our way. I'd like to share with you a few learnings that I've had along my journey. One of them, of course, being always be a learner and always be in search of knowledge. This has been particularly true for me. My background, as was read in my intro, is actually my undergrad was in
film and television and journalism. So even though today I am a chairperson of a great technology company, my background is not in engineering and it's not in technology. So in the last 15 years that I have been at HCL, I think I've thrown myself into a field that I did not study, but I've had to learn. So, you have to surround yourself with people who have the knowledge, and you have to learn from them, and you have to be patient, and you have to keep upgrading yourself. You have to keep reading, keep learning, keep listening. That's also extremely important. Then I think over the years, what sets apart good leaders from average leaders is great communication skills. This is extremely important, even more important today because, we live in a virtual world. We are unable to meet everyone physically. So how you communicate and what you say is absolutely important. And, it also defines you as a leader. I think another point is empathy. People all over the world are struggling and have different challenges. And a good leader is able to understand and empathize with that. It's very, very important. Discipline, nothing can replace this. It's our responsibility towards ourselves and towards people around us. And discipline is not just in jobs, but in life also. I think focus on your health, focus on your habits. I think this is very, very important. Then I think values. Values is very, very important. It's important to have a sense of responsibility towards yourself, your family, the institutions that you represent. And, beliefs can be different for different people. Some people have different religious beliefs. Some people have different beliefs in different causes. Beliefs, don't confuse values and beliefs. Beliefs can be different, but good values is universal. So I think that that's extremely important. Then I think another thing that I truly have discipline on, as far as I am concerned, is limit social media. I want to clarify over here that I am not on any social media. I am not on LinkedIn. I am not on Facebook. I am not on Instagram. I am not on Twitter. I'm not on any social media. So firstly, if you are following any social media with my name, it's probably a fake profile. I am not on any social media, but that is a choice I have made. I think that social media is great for communication. It's great for accessing knowledge. It's also great for connecting with people, but you have to limit, because there's also a lot of distractions when it comes to social media. There are a lot more people today, unfortunately, spending a lot more time on social media and promoting thoughts and beliefs and values than actually getting their hands dirty and doing something about a change. So I think that, balance social media and its importance in your life. I think that's very important. And lastly, something that I am very passionate about, there is no planet B. That's also the name of a book. Everything is short in supply today. Clean water is short in supply. Clean air is short in supply. Natural habitats in nature is short in supply. Respect your environment and respect your planet. This is your home. What is the point of achieving all your success if the world around you falls apart, right? Because then where will you go? So I think that it's extremely important to value what you have and try to improve what you have. So with that, thank you so much for having me. I'm delighted to be here, and I hope that our initiative keeps growing day by day, and we're able to empower a lot more of you to make even a greater impact. So thank you.
Thank you, Roshni. You're an inspiration and a driving force for all of us. We can see a lot of hands raised. So I request you to please address a few questions from our young participants. I request our NGO partners to please help and support the participants in this. We can have maybe a first question from Bangalore, followed by other teams. Yes, we can see Shruti. She wants to ask a question. Shruti, you can unmute yourself.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, Shruti, please go ahead.
मैम हिंदी में बोलिए, वो इंग्लिश थोड़ी समझ में नहीं आती है।
आप हिंदी में बोलिए, आपको जो भी लैंग्वेज में बोलना है बोलिए, जो भी लैंग्वेज नहीं, हिंदी या इंग्लिश, मेरे को और कोई नहीं आती।
मैम बोलना क्या? हेलो,
हाँ जी, आप बोलिए।
मैम स्वामी विवेकानंद जी के बारे में कुछ बताऊं?
Okay, so maybe we can have another questions. The Shruti that wants to ask question is not able to unmute herself. Can we have another question from Lucknow? Unnati wants to ask from Lucknow. Unnati, do you want to unmute yourself and ask?
Hello, ma'am. Good morning.
Good morning.
मेरा नाम उन्नति है और मैं गवर्नमेंट गर्ल्स इंटर कॉलेज लखनऊ से हूँ। मेरा आपसे यह सवाल है कि हम सभी जानते हैं कि आप एक ग्रेट लीडर और यूथ आइकॉन हैं, और साथ ही आप अपनी सेहत का भी ध्यान रखती हैं। तो आप हमें भी अपनी पढ़ाई और करियर के बीच में सेहत को किस तरह बैलेंस कर सकते हैं, इसके बारे में आप सजेस्ट कीजिए।
Oh, thank you, Unnati, for the question. उन्नति, स्केड्यूल बहुत बिजी होता है, काम भी है, मेरे 2 बच्चे भी हैं, लेकिन हर रोज अगर आप 30 मिनट भी निकाल सकते हैं, आप वॉक के लिए जाइए या कुछ फिजिकल एक्सरसाइज करिए। मैं करती हूँ, मैं हर रोज वॉक के लिए जाती हूँ, और मेरे को साइकिलिंग बहुत पसंद है, तो मैं कभी कभी साइकिलिंग भी जाती हूँ, और 30 मिनट से ज्यादा मैं नहीं निकाल पाती हूँ टाइम, लेकिन वो 30 मिनट्स हर रोज कुछ ना कुछ मैं डेफिनेटली करती हूँ। मैं ये मेरी चॉइस है उन्नति, मैं शाम को ज्यादा बाहर नहीं जाती, तो वो गुड होता है क्योंकि फिर मैं सुबह जल्दी उठ सकती हूँ। और बट दैट्स अ पर्सनल चॉइस, यू नो, एंड बट दिन में 30 मिनट आप निकाल लीजिए, जो भी आपको करना है, जो भी आपको पसंद है। कोई मैं कह रही हूँ वॉक सबसे आसान होता है, तो बस उतना ही है, और फिर डाइट पे थोड़ा ध्यान रख लेती हूँ, और आपको तो पता ही है, जिनके घर में बच्चे हैं वो तो हमेशा इधर उधर भागते रहते हैं।
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, Roshni. I'm sure this is going to inspire all the participants, although we can only take few questions. We have another participant asking a question from Chennai. Reshma, please feel free to unmute and ask the question.
Good morning, ma'am.
Good morning.
Ma'am, can you hear me?
Yes.
Myself Reshma. Can you hear me, ma'am?
Yes.
Myself, Reshma from Don Bosco, Chennai, ma'am. My question to you, have you ever reflection on that, ma'am? What is your perspective on your thought about power of youth and opportunities in India on global arena?
What is my perspective on that? I think the power of youth is in action more that it's in talk. So I think, like I said before, I think where the youth today is getting distracted is there's a lot more talk on social media and there's not so much action. So I think that, people need to be a little less distracted by social media. And, if you want to change something, you have to actually do something about it. But at the same time, like I said, it's also very important to not be just distracted by a cause or a mission. You also have to learn a lot about how to make the right kind of impact. I think a lot of people today act out of frustration and anger. I think it's important to act a lot more out of reflection and learning.
Thank you. Thank you,
ma'am.
Thank you.
Thanks, Reshma. Thank you, Roshni. I'm sure that's actually something that we are all following and we are going to follow. We have one last question from Noida. Yes, please unmute yourself and ask the question. Pushpa, you can unmute. We have the questions in the chat box. Pushpa, please unmute and ask the question.
Himani, if it's getting late.
Sure. Yeah, Prajo. Okay, I think there seems to be some technical issue. I'll now take a moment to please request Roshni to be there for our group picture. I request all the participants, the young participants and, all the candidates to quickly switch on their video. I'm sure if the bandwidth allows, we can quickly take one group picture with Roshni right now.
Hello. हेलो दीदी, मेरी आवाज नहीं जा रही है क्या?
I request the team to please confirm once we are done with the group photograph.
Are we done, Himani? Let me, hi, this is Nidhi, and let me thank Roshni on behalf of all the youth who've gathered here and many who are seeing us through various links. Roshni, on behalf of the entire team, and you can see how live this would have been if we were all together under one roof, traveled from various parts of the country. But hopefully next year we will all be together, and this Yuva Mela would be a real Mela with the vibes of a Mela. Thank you so much, and they were so much looking forward to have this interaction with you, and thank you for taking all the questions. And on behalf of the entire team, all the NGO partners, the teams there, and you must have seen that many of them are attending from one machine, but they're all taking all kinds of protocol, following all the COVID protocols and safety measures. Many of them wanted to be a part of this event, but we had 1,000 seating capacity today. So those many could enter the room, but many would listen to you live on various links. Once again, many thanks, and wish you a very happy National Youth Day once again. Thank you, Roshni.
Thank you, everybody. Take care. Be safe. Good health.
Thank you once again. Thank you, Nidhi ma'am. I would now like to invite everyone for the next interesting session planned on character and confidence building among today's youth. We have this session by Dr. Anaga Lavalekar. She's a director and associate professor, Gyana Prabodhini's Institute of Psychology. She has been the recipient of various awards and has over 27 years of research experience and is currently leading the women's wing of Jnana Prabodhini. I request all of you to please pay attention and welcome Dr. Anaga. Over to you, Dr. Anaga. Sure. I request the team to please support. Dr. Anaga would like to get unmuted. She is already there. She has joined. So as we know that character and confidence building is an important trait, we know wherever we present ourselves, these are the traits that reflect the true personality, true professionalism. So on the same lines today, Dr. Anaga will talk about what is the importance of these traits and how can we in fact focus on it and work on ourselves to present ourselves better in both personal and professional aspects.
Himani, can you help me with the name with which Dr. Anaga has joined?
Sure, Anuj, just give me a second. I could see the message in the chat box. We have multiple messages. Let me scroll up.
Yes, I'm unmuted, I think.
Sure.
Yes, thank you so much.
Yeah.
Am I audible to you, Himani?
Yes, clearly audible. Very warm welcome to you. We have our young participants waiting. Over to you, ma'am.
Yes, thank you so much. And I'm really thrilled to see this big gathering of all young hearts in this Yuva Mela. I really would like to thank HCL Foundation for giving me this very opportunity to have a good communication with all these young hearts, young people all over the country. And really technology has given us this leverage that though I am sitting at my place in Pune, I am actually in communication with all of you joining from all over the country. So thank you very much. I'll keep myself as brief as possible and limit myself in the time that is given to me. But it's really nice to have this dialogue with you on the day of Youth Day, that is Yuva Shakti Din. All of us have now understood this importance of 12th January, which is the birth day of Swami Vivekananda. And why Swami Vivekananda is a youth icon? Because he himself did everything that he could, and all his achievements are in his young life, in his youth life. He was born in 1863 and he unfortunately passed away in 1902, just at the age of 39. But in this short lifespan also, he has given us a pathaya, as we call it. He has given us so much that is sufficient for us to work on for next hundreds of years. So I think that itself signifies the importance of today's Yuva Shakti. What Swami Vivekananda is to youth, I think that he is a great inspirer to all of us. He told us, Uttishtata, Jagrata, Prapyavaran, Nibodhata, which means arise, awake, and stop not till the goal is reached. So what he said is that everybody should have a goal in his or her life, which is beyond the material pleasures, which is beyond what you are actually seeking as your individual achievements. So he is an inspirer as well as he is a philosopher, because he told us what should be the philosophy of our lives. It is like a lighthouse in front of us from whom we can learn so many things. Swamiji had once said, give me 200 monks, young monks, and I will move the whole world. So he knew the power of youth. He knew that if young people who have a vision, who are dedicated, come with him. He will have that ability to move the world with his spiritual understanding, with his spiritual message. In 1893, in the Parliament of Religions, all of us know that story, when he was to give a speech there on Hindu religion, on Hinduism. Initially, he was very reluctant. He was not feeling comfortable at all. He did not have the confidence because he thought that there are so many learned people around in this congregation, so many people who are very studious, who have authority in their field, and how am I going to speak in front of them? So initially, he was saying to himself that not now, not now, after some time. And at the end, when his turn came and he stood in front of that whole gathering of American people in the religious Parliament of Religions, and his very words, just 3 words, which moved the whole scenario. It changed upside down. Instead of saying, ladies and gentlemen, he said, brothers and sisters of America. And we all know the story which followed it. So that was the confidence that he regained. And why could he regain that confidence? Because he had that grit, he had the passion, and he was dedicated to his cause. I think today's youth is in transition. Just like Roshni ma'am just now told us that we have so many lucrations, we have so many diversions around us, which can easily, take us in the wrong routes. But it is our character, it is our thought process, it is our commitment to our cause which is going to keep us on the right path. We all should be very much thankful to the technology. I'm definitely sure about it, because otherwise, even today, we would not have been able to meet each other. But still, technological values cannot always, substitute the eternal values. There are some eternal values which I think should be nurtured in us. Technology is just a support. So it should be taken as a support. And what are the eternal values that we need to imbibe in ourselves, the character that we need to build in ourselves, that we should be thinking about. Here I'm just going to narrate 2-3 incidences in the lives of some great people around us. All of us know respected APJ Abdul Kalam, our former president. He came from a very, very general family from Rameshwaram. When he joined ISRO as a scientist, he was not a person who had very sophisticated background, values, etc. But he had that grit in his mind that he wanted to do something of that opportunity. And his boss, his immediate boss, was late Dr. Vikram Sarabhai, who knew that from wherever people are coming to him in ISRO, unless they have that, that ability in them, they won't be able to stand all the challenges in ISRO. So he had full confidence in whatever APJ was doing. There was a presentation which APJ Abdul Kalam had to give immediately when he joined after a few months. And in that presentation, what he did was, he first introduced all his colleagues, all his team members, and told whatever contribution they had done. And that time, some other seniors, they criticized him. They said that this is not the way presentations are done. What is this? But Vikram Sarabhai, he pointed out, he said that no, this is the real presentation, because appreciating your team members, taking into consideration what they have done, is the true symbol of leadership. So APJ Abdul Kalam learned these values from seniors like Dr. Vikram Sarabhai. When he became the President of India, we all know that when his tenure ended and he left the Rashtrapati Bhavan, what did he carry with himself? He just carried one suitcase, one small suitcase, which was filled with his clothes when he actually entered the Rashtrapati Bhavan, nothing else, and a few books. So in Sanskrit, what we call is that aparigraha. He was not attached to anything in the Rashtrapati Bhavan other than whatever work he did as the President of India. I remember one more story. We have had one very good ambassador of India in different countries. He is from Maharashtra. So I remembered his name when I thought of talking about this topic to you. Mr. Jnaneshwar Mule. He also hails from a very rural family. He did a lot of studies in spite of different challenges. He did not have enough money to, join different classes for UPSC. But he was dedicated that he wanted to do it. Finally, he passed and he actually cleared the IFS, that is the Indian Foreign Service. And then, of course, he was to undergo training, which was in Mussoorie. At the end of the training, generally, it is a protocol that the president gives a dinner to all these trainee people who are now going to be deployed as bureaucrats at different positions. So in that dinner, during that dinner, at that time, the president was Gyani Jail Singh, who also came from a rural background in Punjab initially. So he was talking to all these officers. And while talking to these officers, when Jnaneshwar Mule was introduced to him, he asked, "From where are you?" And he said that I come from such a place, a rural place from Maharashtra. And Gyaniji was really very happy. He said that, yes, I know that students like you are going to make a change. And it's good that I see you at this place today. But some of the colleagues of Mr. Mule laughed at him. And what they said that, look at this person. He's not even able to tie the knot of his necktie. And what is he going to do? What change is he going to do? And let me tell you, the confidence that Mr. Mule had got through that training, he immediately replied. It is mentioned in his biography, which is written in Marathi and is also translated in Hindi and English. He said that it's okay if I'm not able to tie the knot of my necktie, because that is not going to help me understand the situations at the ground. But because I hail from rural area, I know what are the challenges in the rural area. So if I'm posted somewhere there, I might be much better than people like you who are hailing from places where you are not even, you are not at the ground. You don't know the ground realities. Apart from what happened in that situation, I think that we should look at the grit that Mr. Mule was having. And he was confident enough. He said that doesn't matter, my background doesn't matter much. What matters is my confidence. What matters is my character. There is a book called as Change Makers. Many people who are doing work at their own level, their bio sketches are given in that book. And I came across with a very interesting but inspiring tale in it. It is the story of Jamila Nishad. She is from Hyderabad. And she is working for opposing the Sheikh marriages. When she came to know that there are women who are being exploited and they are being literally sold to people who are exploiting them and devastating their lives, she decided to oppose it. And in spite of all challenges, actual threats to her as a person also, she worked from them, and even today she is working from them. So she realized that atrocity on women will not be tolerated. So this was, I think that this is the character that she holds. This is the value that she gives most importance to. And character is nothing different. Character is something, some people are saying that I should talk in Hindi, but as Nidhi said, I think there are people coming from South India, and so I have to stick to English. But in between, I might say certain things in Hindi as well. So character कोई दूसरी चीज नहीं है. It is nothing different than the value that you behold at your heart. आप अपने सीने में कौन सी वैल्यू को इंपॉर्टेंस देते हैं, इससे आपका कैरेक्टर बनता है. There is a lady, Sharwani Das Roy from Kolkata, who came across some mentally ill persons who were destitute. उनका कोई नहीं था, वो रास्ते पे ऐसे ही भटक रहे थे, mentally ill थे, उनका कोई सहारा नहीं था, and she decided to help them, and she actually founded an NGO, and now she is working for the well-being of those people. What do all these examples tell us? I think that these examples, these very youth icons, tell us that if you want to change anything, be the change. And for being the change, you need character and confidence. Adi Shankaracharya, one of the greatest philosophers in Indian history, he has written a very nice stotra, in which in every line he asks a question, and the question is tatah kim, means what next, what then? So what he says is that you have a good home, you are born in a good family, you are getting all the very appropriate things at different stages of your life. But what next? What then? Tatah kim. You are famous. Tatah kim. You are rich. Tatah kim. So he keeps on asking this question, and then at the end he says that unless you go and search for your spiritual understanding, everything else is meaningless. If we just turn this tatah kim to our today's scenario, we can say that unless and until we think of our society, of our nation, of the world, everything else that we are gaining is meaningless. And I think Roshni ji has very beautifully pointed out towards it, that there is no planet B. If you are not respecting your society, if you are not working towards the building of your society, you are not going to be, staying in a vacuum. So you have to see that tatah kim question comes in your mind. Then only you will be able to think about how to build your own character and dedicate yourself to the national cause. So 3 words I would like to mention here is that what builds our character is one, personal vision. हम क्या सपने देखते हैं? दूसरा, professional excellence. How excellent are we in our work that we are doing? Are we doing it to the point, to the mark that we have to? And third, the philanthropic vision or the philanthropic devotion. दूसरों के लिए कुछ कर रहे हैं या नहीं, या सब खुद के लिए कर रहे हैं. So I think if we take enough efforts to shape the national character, because nation comes first, then we come second. So if we take enough efforts to shape the national character, then only our lives are going to be meaningful. But for that, what we need to do is what all of you are doing, taking a lot of exposure, learn experientially, अनुभव से सीखना है, embracing diverse experiences, टेक रिस्क, मॉडरेट रिस्क. जो रिस्क नहीं लेता वो कभी नहीं सीखता. स्टेप आउट ऑफ योर कंफर्ट जोन्स. जो मुझे अच्छा लगता है सिर्फ वही अगर मैं करने लगूं तो मेरा कैरेक्टर कैसे बिल्ड होगा, मुझ में कॉन्फिडेंस कैसे आएगा. सो अनलेस यू टेक इनफ रिस्क्स, कॉन्फिडेंस इज नॉट गोइंग टू कम ऑटोमेटिकली. कीप सिंपल एंड डेफिनेट गोल्स. छोटे छोटे उद्दिष्ट, छोटे छोटे लक्ष्य रखिए कि जिनसे आपका कॉन्फिडेंस बढ़ता रहेगा. एक बहुत अच्छे पोएट थे अंग्रेजी में जिन्होंने 2 रास्तों के बारे में लिखा है. उन्होंने लिखा है कि एक रास्ता ऐसा था जो बहुत अच्छा था, जिसपे बहुत सुकून था, एवरीथिंग वाज देयर, वी न्यू वेयर इट रीच्ड. एंड दूसरा रास्ता जो था, द अदर रोड, इट वाज लिटिल डिफिकल्ट, नॉट सो गुड, रॉबर्ट फ्रॉस्ट, यस. और अंत में वो कवि लिखते हैं कि एंड आई चोज द रोड लेस ट्रेवल्ड एंड दैट हैज मेड ऑल द डिफरेंस. सो आई थिंक युवाओं के लिए अगर कैरेक्टर बिल्ड करना है, अपने आप में भरोसा रखना है, भरोसा निर्माण करना है, तो वी हैव टू सी दैट वी टेक द रोड लेस ट्रेवल्ड. सो हाथ में हुनर जो कि HCL आपके लिए लेके आया है, दिल में जिगर जो कि आपको खुद को बनानी है. अगर ये 2 बातें होती है तो मेरे ख्याल से आपको कोई नहीं रोक सकेगा. There is no one to stop you from reaching your goal. So again, at the end, I would say Swami Vivekananda's words, उत्तिष्ठत, जागे, जागृत होइए, जागृत, प्राप्यवरान निबोधत. जो भी आपको करना है पूरे दिल से करिए. जब आप पूरे दिल से उसमें उतरेंगे तो मेरा विश्वास है, I am confident that you will reach your goals. Thank you so much for giving me this opportunity once again.
Thank you so much, Dr. Anaga. As you rightly said, if we take efforts to develop national character, we can help the world to be a better place. And I'm sure we are all going to follow your great advice. Once again, thank you so much. To share the success stories and inspire us today, we have with us 3 participants for a panel discussion. I would quickly like to now invite Ms. Payal Randhawa, Founder Director of BWorks Communication and Advisory Services, to kindly take the discussion forward. Over to you, Payal.
Yeah, am I audible?
Yes, Payal, you're audible.
Okay, thank you so much. I would request you, but to just introduce the panelists, that would be wonderful.
Sure, Payal. So, as we can see, we have Ms. Krishna. She's a Yuva Kendra alumni from Noida. She'll be sharing her success story and her journey with us. We also have Ms. Manorama, President of Jyoti Self-Help Group, joining us from Lucknow. And we have Ms. Shanmugapriya, entrepreneur from Madurai. So we have a great panel lined up for all of you. I request now Payal to kindly take this forward.
Yeah, thank you. And are we spotlighted? Because I can just see the
yes,
slides.
Payal. Yes. So the team is ensuring that we'll be able to see.
Yes. Thank you. Thank you. So while the team is still putting that on, getting us, spotlighting us, I'll start. I first want to begin with wishing everyone a very happy new year. नया साल सबको मुबारक हो. May it be safe, may it be healthy, और ऐसा हो कि हम लोग अगले साल in person मिल सकें. So hopefully this year will lead us to an in-person meeting next year. तो हम लोग इस पैनल पे हम लोग सब तैयार हैं. We've heard some really good conversations from our previous panelists. उन्होंने काफी हमें इंटरेस्टिंग बातें बताई हैं, प्रोग्रेसिव बातें बताई हैं और बहुत ही इंस्पायरिंग बातें बताई हैं. So to continue that on the road on inspiration, I am really excited to moderate this panel. हमारे पास 3 जो हैं, सबसे पहले I would like to say ये बहुत ही powerful panel है क्योंकि it is only women. So that is really exciting कि सिर्फ हमारे पास इस पैनल पे महिलाएं हैं, तो महिलाओं के अंदर जो एक एक करेज होता है, एक फियरलेसनेस होती है, वो हम इस पैनल में थोड़ा एक्सप्लोर करेंगे. So and इस पैनल पे we are celebrating the spirit of youth, we are celebrating their optimism, and we are really celebrating their fearlessness. So without much delay, let's get into our first question. So Krishna, मैं आपके पास आती हूँ. Thank you so much for joining us today, Krishna. आपने युवा केंद्र की राह में आप कैसे पढ़ी? आपको युवा केंद्र के बारे में कहाँ से पता चला?
Good afternoon, everyone. I came to know about Yuva Kendra through mobilizations, and the main purpose to join Yuva Kendra Center to become self-dependent and support my family financially, ma'am.
Yes, Krishna. और जब आपने इसको join किया, when you joined the Yuva Kendra, you took up English and mathematics. That was the course that you took on, right?
Yes,
What was the reason behind taking on this course?
I gave a few interviews, but I got rejected due to lack of good command and over English and communication skills. So I thought this training would help me to get better job by enrolling myself on this program.
Okay. And your English is absolutely fantastic, honestly, Krishna. So it's really lovely.
Thank you.
And, you know, just hearing you speak so confidently tells us it's for the other youth who are sitting and listening to you, it gives them a lot of hope. The others also who have joined this course and want to, you know, become better at the language and get great jobs. So thank you so much. It's really lovely to hear you speak, and I know that you are going to be a youth icon for all the young people sitting here.
Yes,
Priya, I'm going to come to you now. Priya, how did you hear about the Yuva Kendra training and what motivated you to join the Yuva Kendra? We can't hear you.
HCL Foundation EDI வந்து மதுரையில கீரத்துறை ஏரியால வந்து மல்டிவிட்டமின் மில்லட்ஸ் ட்ரைனிங் கொடுக்கறதா சொல்லியிருந்தாங்க மேம். என்னுடைய சிஸ்டர் மூலியமா நான் வந்து ஜாயின் பண்ணேன் மேம். மேமோட கவிதா மேம் EDI டீம் அவங்க 1 hour வந்து ஸ்பீச் வந்து எனக்கு கொடுத்தாங்க மேம். அதுல நான் மோட்டிவேட் ஆகி மல்டிவிட்டமின் மில்லட்ஸ் வந்து ஜாயின் பண்ணேன் மேம். HCL ஃபவுண்டேஷன்ல காவியா மேம் டீமும் எனக்கு வந்து மல்டிவிட்டமின்ஸ்ல ஒரு பெனிஃபிட்ஸ் இருக்குன்னு சொன்னாங்க. அவங்களோட ஸ்பீச்லயும் நான் மோட்டிவேட் ஆகி இதுல ஜாயின் பண்ணேன் மேம்.
Okay, so is there someone with you who can translate for the benefit of everyone?
Yes, ma'am.
Who is with you?
Kavita Balaraman, ma'am. Translator.
Yeah, Kavita, can you please translate so that it's good for everyone to know what so they can participate in her life journey?
Ma'am, kindly unmute our translator, Ms. Kavita Balaraman from EDI Madurai. She will be our translator for the session.
Kavita, you will be able to unmute now.
Host is
Hello, can you hear me now?
Yes.
So Shanmuga Priya introduced herself. She got to know about HCLF and EDA Sattva project WSDP training through her sister, who already finished her cotton bags training. Then she got introduced about multivitamin millets training, and she got influenced by the EDI team as well as HCL volunteers brief about millets benefits and the futuristic. Then she joined the training.
Absolutely. Okay. Thank you. And Priya, we will be talking a little bit more about your millets, Ashwin millets, as we go along in the panel. Yeah. To understand more about what you're doing with Ashwin millets. Yeah. Manorma ji, namaste. आपसे तो हम ये पूछना चाह रहे हैं कि आपने ये युवा केंद्र और ये जो ट्रेनिंग थी, आपने काफी इतना टाइम नहीं हुआ है आपको ज्वाइन किए हुए, पर आप ऑलरेडी इस ज्योति ग्रुप की लीडर हैं, तो थोड़ा हमें उसके बारे में बताइए कि कैसे आपने ज्वाइन किया और आप आज लीडर हैं इस ग्रुप की, तो आपकी यात्रा कैसे रही यहाँ तक?
नमस्ते मैम।
नमस्ते।
मेरा नाम मनोरमा है, मैं छठे मील तरहिया की रहने वाली हूँ। मेरे समूह का नाम है ज्योति स्वयं सहायता समूह और मैं उसकी अध्यक्ष हूँ।
तो आपने कब ज्वाइन किया ये समूह, कब ज्वाइन किया आपने?
मुझे 9 महीने हुए हैं ज्वाइन किए हुए।
9 महीने हुए हैं ज्वाइन किए हुए. So 9 months since you have joined this self-help group. और आप इतनी जल्दी कैसे इस समूह की लीडर बन गई, थोड़ा उसके बारे में बताइए हमें.
मीटिंग हुई थी और मीटिंग में हम लोग गए थे, वहाँ ट्रेनिंग भी हुई और इसी वजह से हम लोग मैम जहाँ मतलब होती है मीटिंग ट्रेनिंग वहाँ जाते हैं.
तो आपके किस किस चीजों पे ट्रेनिंग होती है?
समूह के विषय में भी हुई थी ट्रेनिंग और सरकारी योजनाओं के में भी हुई थी और घरेलू हिंसा में भी हुई थी और स्वयं सहायता घरेलू दहेज प्रथा के बारे में भी ट्रेनिंग हुई थी और स्वस्थ टीकाकरण के विषय में भी ट्रेनिंग हुई थी.
Okay. So what Manorama is telling us that the training is a wide range of training, right from domestic violence to understanding accounting to getting your business going. So a wide range of training she has gone through. जी मनोरमा जी.
हिंदी में बोली, हमें नहीं समझ आ रहा है.
नहीं, आपसे सवाल नहीं पूछ रही थी मैं, जो आपने बोला है मैं ट्रांसलेट कर रही थी सबके लिए. हाँ, मैं उनको बता रही थी अंग्रेजी में जो भी आपने मुझे बोला है. ठीक है. Krishna, I'll come to you now. Could you tell us a little bit about what all did you learn in your English and mathematics course at Yuva Kendra? So yes, you can speak. You're on mute. Unmute करके बता दीजिए. Krishna.
इसके साथ साथ पूरा चिकन की ट्रेनिंग की थी जिसका ये कपड़ा.
Krishna, can you hear me? Unmute कीजिए please.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes. So आपकी ट्रेनिंग में आपने क्या क्या सीखा, थोड़ा इंग्लिश और मैथमेटिक्स का जो आपने कोर्स किया था, so हाइलाइट्स क्या थी उस ट्रेनिंग की, वो थोड़ा सा बता दीजिए हमें.
इंग्लिश में तो जैसे कि टेंसेस सीखे थे मैंने, जैसे कि हिंदी टू इंग्लिश ट्रांसलेट कर सकें कोई भी क्वेश्चंस, प्रीपोजिशन, हैव हैज की यूज, इज आर एम के, वाज वर के, तो ये तो इंग्लिश में सीखे थे. और परसेंटेज मैथ्स में मैंने परसेंटेज रेशियो वगैरह, जो आजकल जॉब में भी परसेंटेज निकलवाने लग जाते हैं तो कभी भी, तो इस वजह से मैंने परसेंटेज और रेशियो भी सीखे थे मैम.
Okay, and then when we had spoken, you had also told me that the help that you got with job placement. Can you tell us a little bit about that too? Job placement के बारे में थोड़ा सा आप हमें बता सकते हैं, जो आपको सपोर्ट मिली थी युवा केंद्र से.
Yes, ma'am. In this program, I went through several interviews and mock interviews and interview sessions, which really helped me to preparing myself for job interview.
Okay. And so where are you working now? I think जो भी लोग बैठे हैं, they'll be really interested to know कि आपने ट्रेनिंग की और अब आपने mock interviews भी की, and now where are you employed? So could you tell us a little bit about your job? Where are you working? Yes.
Yes, ma'am. Currently, I am working at Energizer as Assistant Executive Customer Service with salary package of 21,500.
Yeah, that's great. And I also, want to congratulate Krishna. It is the first job. Krishna, you're earning 21,500, and you are also the main financial support for your family. Yes, that is absolutely wonderful. Right, so आप अपने परिवार में अपने परिवार को सपोर्ट करती हैं, आप मेजर ब्रेड विनर हैं अपनी फैमिली के लिए, और जो भी आपने युवा केंद्र से सीखा है, whatever you have learned from युवा केंद्र, all your the mock job interviews, your English, mathematics has helped you in getting this job and be successful at your work. So so a lot to learn from you, Krishna. I will come back to you again. Priya, Ashwin Millets, could you tell us a little bit more about why you have named it Ashwin, why your millets are called Ashwin Millets, and what is it that Ashwin Millets is actually promoting? What are you promoting through the millets, the work, the products that you come up with for millets?
Ashwin Millets, நீங்க ஏன் வந்து அஸ்வின் மில்லட்ஸ் அப்படின்னு பேர் வச்சிருக்கீங்க, அண்ட் உங்களோட அஸ்வின் மில்லட்ஸ் மூலமா நீங்க என்னென்ன மாதிரியான ப்ராடக்ட்ஸ் எல்லாமே நீங்க வந்து விற்பனை செய்றீங்க, அண்ட் அஸ்வின் மில்லட்ஸ்னுடைய ஸ்டோரியை நீங்க சொல்லுங்க.
என்னோட பையன் பேரு பெரிய பையன் பேரு அஸ்வின். அதனால அஸ்வின் மில்லட்ஸ் அப்படிங்கிற நேம்ல நான் எஃப்எஸ்சி வந்து ஃபர்ஸ்ட் டைம் வந்து எடுத்திருக்கேன். ரெடி டு ஈட், ரெடி டு குக் அஸ்வின் மில்லட்ஸ்ல செஞ்சுட்டு இருக்கோம். ரெடி டு ஈட்ல கம்பு லட்டு, குதிரவாளி கஞ்சி மிக்ஸோ இதெல்லாமே ரெடி டு ஈட்ல செஞ்சுட்டு இருக்கோம். ரெடி டு குக்ல கஞ்சி மிக்ஸ் ஐட்டம், சிறுதானிய சூப்பு மிக்ஸ், முருங்கை இலை சூப்பு மிக்ஸ், வல்லார சூப்பு மிக்ஸ், குதிரவாளி கஞ்சி மிக்ஸ், சிறுதானிய ஹெல்த் மிக்ஸ், சிவப்பரிசி புட்டு மிக்ஸ் இதெல்லாமே செஞ்சிட்டு இருக்கோம். மில்லட்ஸோட அவேர்னஸ் வந்து இப்போ உள்ள மக்களுக்கு தெரியணும் அப்படிங்கறத எங்களுடைய மெயின் தாட். அதனால விமன் ஆண்டர்பிரினர் WSTP 3-5ல இருக்கிற 10 விமன் ஆண்டர்பிரினர் சேர்ந்து நாங்க அந்த பிசினஸ் வந்து பண்ணிட்டு இருக்கோம். இதுக்கு எங்களுக்கு ஹெல்ப்ஃபுல்லா இருந்து மோட்டிவேட் பண்ண HCL ஃபவுண்டேஷன் காவியா டீம் அவங்களுக்கு வந்து ரொம்ப தேங்க்ஸ். அவங்க மூலியமா தான் நாங்க டிஜிட்டல் மார்க்கெட்டிங் கத்துக்கிட்டு இப்ப எங்களுக்கே ஓன ஒரு லோகோ வந்து கிரியேட் பண்ணிருக்கோம். அஸ்வின் மில்லட் அப்படின்னா அதுக்கு ஒரு லோகோ அப்படி நாங்க கிரியேட் பண்ணி இப்ப எங்களோட பிசினஸ் வந்து ரன் பண்ணிட்டு இருக்கோம்.
Okay. All right. So Deepa, you're translating for us.
Yes, ma'am. Kavita here. So actually, Ashwin is actually her first son name. So she named him as Ashwin Millets. And then through Ashwin Millets, she is promoting ready to eat and ready to cook products. Under ready to eat and ready to cook products, she is focusing more on kodu millets, barnyard millets, foxtail millets, and also bajra, jowar, and ragi. She is working along with the WSDP 3 multivitamin millets women. There are about 10 women together. They are coordinating this Ashwin Millets products and they are doing sales. And her main interest through Ashwin Millets promoting awareness amongst women on the benefits of millets. And followed by that, she named Ashwin Millets and also created logo on Ashwin Millets only because of HCL Technologies volunteers under leadership of Kavya team. Through digital marketing sessions, they've created their own Ashwin Millets logo, ma'am.
Wonderful, wonderful. So Priya की जो journey है, Priya, I'm going to just translate what you said in Hindi very quickly. Yeah. So Priya का जो पहला बेटा है, is a special needs child. जो उनका पहला बेटा है special needs child है, और प्रिया ने अपने कंपनी का नाम अश्विन मिलेट्स उनके नाम से रखा है, तो उनके बेटे का नाम है अश्विन. सो अश्विन मिलेट्स. एंड जब उन्होंने युवा केंद्र ज्वाइन किया, शी वाज ऑलरेडी इंटरेस्टेड इन मिलेट्स प्रमोशन. और जब युवा केंद्र ज्वाइन किया उसके बाद में उन्होंने रेडी टू कुक, रेडी टू ईट, I mean it's not a really good comparison, but जैसे मैगी है, ready to cook, ready to eat kind of things, तो उन्होंने वैसे ही अपने millets which सेहत के लिए, हमारी सेहत के लिए बहुत बढ़िया है, right? So I have already asked Priya, I'm going to be placing some orders with her because she has some really interesting products and very, very healthy products. So this is my plug for Priya. So anybody who's interested, you can place your orders and the HCL team will ensure that the orders reach you. इन्होंने फिर अपना ये मिलेट्स जो हमारे लिए हेल्दी हैं, रेडी टू ईट, लाइक मिलेट बार्स आर रेडी टू ईट, तो ये लोग इन्होंने ये प्रिपेयर किया है. और प्रिया, व्हाट इज योर टर्नओवर राइट नाउ? व्हाट इज योर टर्नओवर?
6,000 to 7,000 ma'am per month.
6,000 to 7,000. And this is after, this is your takeaway profit after you pay everybody?
Yes ma'am.
Yeah, wonderful. Yeah, that is really great. And how many women do you employ?
WSTP 3 10 women வந்து என் கூட வந்து ஒர்க் பண்றாங்க மேம்.
ஓகே.
எனக்கு கீழ வந்து
alright
ஜாயின் பண்ணி ஒர்க் பண்ணிட்டு இருக்காங்க மேம்.
ஓகே.
Ready to eat, ready to cook.
Deepa, could you explain that please?
Ma'am, actually there are about 10 women partnering with her on Ashwin Millets.
Okay.
Under WSDP CFC 3, ma'am, Common Facility Center. So there are about 10 women who are supporting her, ma'am.
All right. Wonderful. Wonderful. Great. Thank you, Priya. And Manorma ji, आप चिकन कारी का काम करती हैं. हाँ, आपका जो ज्योति सेल्फ हेल्प ग्रुप है, और आपके पास कुछ है हम आपको दिखाने के लिए। चलिए बताइए हमें।
ये देखो मैम सूट, ये मैम है सूट।
या यस, दिखाई दे रहा है, बहुत ही सुंदर है।
ट्रेनिंग ली है मैम।
जी जी, दिखाई दे रहा है। ये एक सूट पीस है मनोरमा जी या साड़ी है?
ये तो सूट है मैम।
ये सूट है, ओके ओके, वंडरफुल।
ये मैम सूट है।
ओके, फैंटास्टिक, बहुत बढ़िया है। और यहाँ से जो भी हमको कैमरा से दिखाई दे रहा है, दिख रहा है कि बहुत सफाई का काम है।
जी मैम,
बहुत सफाई से काम किया हुआ है, उस पे एम्ब्रॉयडरी बहुत ही सुंदर है, चिकन
काम है।
या सो मनोरमा जी, आप लोग अपने ग्रुप में क्या क्या प्रोडक्ट्स चिकनकारी के क्या क्या बनाते हैं? साड़ी, सूट, दुपट्टा,
सूट है, फ्रॉक है, और प्लाजो कुर्ती है, टॉप है।
ओके, ऑल राइट। और जो आपकी आप लोग जब ऑर्डर आता है तो आप लोग थोड़ा हमको ये बताइए, जब ऑर्डर आता है आपके पास, आप ऑर्डर पूरा कैसे करती हैं? कितनी महिलाएं जुड़ती हैं वो काम करने के लिए, और कितना टाइम लगता है एक ऑर्डर आपको पूरा करने के लिए? पीसेस के ऊपर डिपेंड करता होगा, पर थोड़ा प्रोसेस हमें समझा दीजिए।
जी मैम, हम लोग ग्रुप के बाहर भी काम करते हैं। अगर अर्जेंट वाला होता है तो ग्रुप के बाहर भी करते हैं, और कुछ समूह की महिलाएं भी करती हैं एकजुट होकर।
जी,
शाम को भी करते हैं, और टाइम मिलता है तो मतलब दोपहर में करते हैं, शाम को भी करते हैं।
ओके ओके। और आप सबका कंट्रीब्यूशन अपनी, अब जो भी आप लोग कमाते हैं आप अपनी फैमिली में डालते हैं ना, अपने परिवार में डालते हैं, तो ज्यादातर आपको क्या लगता है कि आप जो कमाती हैं वो आप किस चीज में डालना चाहती हैं? पैसे की कहाँ लगाना चाहती हैं आप?
बच्चों की पढ़ाई में मैम लगाते हैं, और घर का जो मतलब थोड़ा जरूरी काम होता है उसको भी उसी पैसों से हम लोग यूज करते हैं।
बच्चों की पढ़ाई में लगाते हैं। सो यू पुट अगेन, मनोरमा जी मैं सबके लिए ट्रांसलेट कर रही हूँ अंग्रेजी में, ठीक है? सो मनोरमा, group of people, group of women get together, and they also work outside the self-help group hours if the order is urgent. And what she is telling us, that whatever she earns, she puts it towards her children's education and what is the priority for the house. Thank you, Manorma ji. Krishna, what about you? You are the major bread earner in your family. Your brother is also earning, but doesn't earn as much as you. Where do you deploy your resources? आप अपना सैलरी कहाँ अपनी फैमिली में सबसे ज्यादा कहाँ लगाती हैं?
Earlier, my brother was the only earner in my family. It was quite difficult for us to fulfill our needs from income. So after getting job, I am financially supporting my family, like buying grocery, paying for the school fee of my siblings.
Wonderful, wonderful.
I will protect.
क्या सपना है आपके भाई बहन के लिए आपका?
जैसे मेरा सपना है मेरे भाई बहन इतनी छोटी उम्र में ना कमाएं, मैं उनको प्रोटेक्ट करूं, वो हमेशा कुछ बन के दिखाएं और फैमिली को जब सपोर्ट करें।
Yeah, so you want your younger siblings to study, not get into a job too early, but to study and to become, take up really good jobs, becomes, do well for themselves and contribute to the family income, like yes, you are doing right now. Yeah?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Thank you, Krishna.
Okay,
और प्रिया, आप जो हैं, what is your dream for Ashwin Millets?
சிஎஃப்சில எனக்கு கீழே வந்து ஒரு 10 மெம்பர்ஸ் வந்து ஒர்க் பண்ற மாதிரி நான் டெவலப் ஆகணும் மேம். அஸ்வின் மில்லட்ஸ் வந்து இப்போ நவ் டெவலப்பாக தான் இருக்கு. இருந்தாலும் இதுக்கு அடுத்த லெவல் வந்து சிஎஃப்சில நிறைய மிஷின்ஸ் வந்து வாங்கி போட்டு நான் என்னோட பிஸ்னஸை வந்து டெவலப் பண்ணணும் மேம். எனக்கு கீழே மெம்பர்ஸ் இருக்கவங்க பார்க்கணும் மேம். ஏஷியா புக் ஆஃப் ரெக்கார்ட்ஸ் வந்து நான் வின் பண்ணியிருக்கேன் மேம். அது ஷோ பண்ணலாமா மேம்? எனக்கு தெரியாதா?
Okay.
Then medal, ma'am.
Okay, fine. She's showing us some products. Yeah. ये medal. Okay, you've got a medal.
Medal.
Fabulous.
Asia Book of Records, ma'am. Women
Okay.
Power Tamil Nadu. Then
Excellent.
best speaker Ashwin Millets, ma'am.
Wonderful, wonderful. I think that's really lovely. We can't see your certificate very clearly, but that's excellent. Women Power and Tamil Nadu Best Speaker Award.
Yes. Yes,
I
ma'am.
think
Yes,
everybody can give her a huge thumbs up on their screens. Put a thumbs up. We can't really clap because our mics are muted, but I think all our participants deserve a really big thumbs up for their work. मनोरमा जी, आखिरी सवाल आपके लिए है कि आपका सपना अपने लिए और ज्योति ग्रुप के लिए क्या है?
मैम, हमारा सपना है तो यही कि हम थोड़ा इसको आगे बढ़ाएं और इससे ज्यादा हम ऐसा कुछ करें कि हमारी भी एक पहचान हो अलग,
हमारी भी एक पहचान हो. So I should also be known. Yeah, not just as a mother, not just as a wife, not just as a sister, but I should also be known as a professional, someone who's doing well for oneself and is also contributing very, very meaningfully to my family. Yeah, so सिर्फ मेरे लिए नहीं पर मेरे परिवार के लिए भी मेरा जो contribution है उसकी recognition हो, मेरी हुनर की recognition हो. I think that is the dream for all our 3 participants. So I just wanted to ask the HCL team, are we done on time or can I take a few questions from people?
Payal, we are absolutely on track. If we have any questions, we can definitely take, or else I'm sure we are all looking forward for a quick break now.
All right. No, so I leave it up to you.
Great.
So in case you want to wrap up the panel, I think I'm happy to do that. So Krishna, Jyoti, Krishna and Priya and Manorma, आप सबका thank you very much. और आप सबको बहुत congratulations. You know, you are really, जो अभी हमारे previous speaker बोल के गई थी about traits. She spoke about building character. She spoke about risk taking, confidence, जोखिम उठाना और character build करना. और she spoke about दिल में जिगर. Yeah, I find that all 3 of you, I'm so delighted आपसे बात करने के लिए because you really have the josh and you really have the dil mein jigar. So thank you very much and thank you to all the people for listening to us so patiently. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Payal, and I would want to request the panel. I want to request the panel and our wonderful moderator Payal to please stay back and can we have a group picture?
Sure.
Because I think that is capturing the moment and the wonderful discussion that we just had. Yeah. Thank you once again. I would like to thank Krishna, Priya and Deepa ji. Aapka bahut bahut dhanyawad. Self-belief and hard work will always earn success is something that I understood after this session. And I would again like to thank Payal for the wonderful discussion and insights. Going forward, I now request everyone to please be back by 12:45. We are taking a quick break, but we will be connected. Please do not leave the meeting. Stay in this meeting. You can switch off your video cameras and, be back by 12:45. This is a quick break that we are taking right now. You will meet my colleague, Ms. Srilakshmi Menon, on the other side. We have a great set of sessions planned for you. We have an exciting quiz also. So right now it's 12:36. I request all the NGO partner teams to please request the participants to be there in the meeting. And in fact, we have a window for more participants to join. So whoever is viewing this session on YouTube can quickly join us on Zoom. Please be back by 12:45. Looking forward to the session.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for give this opportunity, ma'am.
Thank you, Krishna. Thank you.
Welcome, ma'am.
Shri, are you here?
Yes, Gaurav. Shall we start now?
Yes, we can begin, Shri.
Okay. Please let me know if I'm loud and clear.
Yes, you are.
Okay, thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. Happy National Youth Day and welcome back to Yuva Mela 2022. My name is Srilakshmi Menon. I'm from Bangalore. I'm also a part of HCL Foundation team, especially the skill development team. It's my immense pleasure to be your host for the rest of the session. I'm sure you must have utilized this short break to refresh, to get some refreshment, and so that you can provide your 100% attention for the next sessions which we have planned for you. Requesting NGOs folks to ensure that the candidates from your end have joined back, because I can still see a lot of people have dropped out and are yet to join back. So please support them in joining back. Meanwhile, let's resume this session with a set of interesting questions, which are framed by our quiz masters team. Can I have the questions on the screen, please? Yeah. Question number 1. How are you feeling? You can start voting. We'll give you 15 seconds. You can share with us how are you feeling. So if you ask me, I'd say I'm excited to address each one of you, the assets of nation. Piyush, please let me know when the poll is closed.
Yeah, we have close to 150 responses. Let's wait for a couple of more responses.
Oh, sure.
For each of the questions, we are giving 30 seconds for everyone to respond.
Happy, motivated, excited, if you sleepy. Yes, also from the chat box, I can see motivated, great, happy to see these responses.
Yes, so we have ended the poll. We'll now share the results.
Sure, Piyush.
So 75, most of the people are either feeling happy or motivated.
And followed by people who are excited. Great. So Piyush, can we move to the next question?
Yes. Here's the next question, Sri. Could read it out?
Sure. In which year was Swami Vivekananda born? We have got 4 options: 1860, 1863, 1865, 1867. Please start voting.
Sri Lakshmi, one quick thing. There are many in waiting room, because only 600 people are there in the current attendance. I think we can let people in.
Sure.
I'm admitting them, Brijo. Yeah.
Yeah.
Sure.
We have received over 100 responses. Great. Sri, would you like to give out the correct answer?
Yes, so majority says it's 1863, and yes, that's the right answer. Congratulations for everyone who has answered it right. For others, you can learn it's 1863. So I think we can move on to the next question, if that is okay, Piyush.
Yes.
Team, explain to the participants how to participate in the poll. Not everybody would be aware.
Sure. So Piyush, can you please help the participants to understand how this polling system works on Zoom?
So as soon as the admin releases the poll, the screen immediately shows the poll, and 4 options are also presented. You can just select one of the options. It is very simple process. As soon as the question is rolled out, you will have options and you can make your choice
on those options.
Explain in Hindi also.
जैसे ही एडमिन इस पोल को रोल आउट करेंगे, आपके स्क्रीन पर वो क्वेश्चन और उसके साथ ही 4 ऑप्शन, 4 विकल्प भी नजर आने लगेंगे, और उन विकल्पों में से आपको जो सही लगता है आप उसको तुरंत सिलेक्ट कर सकते हैं। ये जितने जल्दी से जल्दी आप करेंगे आपको उतना ज्यादा मजा आएगा और हम और भी ज्यादा सवाल आप तक पहुंचा पाएंगे। सवालों का एम सिर्फ इतना नहीं है कि आपको क्या मालूम है, आपकी क्या जानकारी है, बट आप सही उत्तरों के द्वारा ये भी जान सकते हैं कि सही उत्तर क्या है और आपके ज्ञान में वृद्धि होगी। सो आप सभी से अनुरोध है कि आप इसमें भाग ले, हिस्सा ले और अपना ज्ञान बढ़ाए। मनु, हम अगले सवाल पे जा सकते हैं। Can we have the next question, please? We still see only question number 2, Manu. Yes, now we have the third question. The question is, who is the current Minister of Youth Affairs and Sports in India? इस वक्त मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ यूथ अफेयर्स और स्पोर्ट्स के मिनिस्टर कौन है? 4 ऑप्शंस है, किरण रिजिजू, राज्यवर्धन सिंह राठौड़, अनुराग सिंह ठाकुर और निशित प्रामाणिक। ये सवाल काफी लोगों के लिए डिफिकल्ट साबित हो रहा है, हमें रिस्पॉन्सेज बहुत कम आए हैं। There are some responses in the chat box as well. I hope everyone is able to participate in the poll. A lot of you are responding on the chat box saying it's Anurag Singh Thakur. Yes, and I think, Manu, we can close this question. The correct answer is Mr. Anurag Singh Thakur, who is the Youth Affairs and Sports Minister for India at the current time. Manu, can we have the second last question? Yes. So what is the theme of National Youth Day 2022? इस साल के राष्ट्रीय युवा दिवस की थीम क्या है? हर साल एक थीम डिसाइड की जाती है। इस साल की थीम क्या है ये आपको बताना है। 4 ऑप्शंस है, ट्रांसफॉर्मिंग एजुकेशन, इट्स ऑल इन द माइंड, युवा उत्साह नए भारत का, यूथ फॉर डिजिटल इंडिया। The 4 options are on your screen. Please make your selection. A lot of you are seemingly selecting youth for digital India. The second option that most people are selecting is it's all in the mind. We have few takers for transforming education and Yuva Utsaah Naye Bharat ka as well. I can see a lot of responses on the chat box as well. Great to see all of you participating in this quiz. So the correct answer for this question is, the theme of the National Youth Day 2022 is it's all in the mind. The other options also were the themes for the National Youth Day in the previous years. However, for this year, the theme is it's all in the mind. Manu, can we quickly have the last question, please? Yeah, this is an interesting question from the technology side. People interested in technology would know this. A lot of youth present here would also know this. What is the full form of IoT? IoT का full form क्या है? आपके 4 options है, Internet of Today, India of Tomorrow, Intent of Thinking, Internet of Things. The 4 options are on your screen. Please make your choice. this is known quite widely. I can see the responses. A lot of you have made the choice of Internet of Things. Over 71% have responded with this option. And that's very good to know, because the coming session is related to this topic. The coming session is being delivered on this topic of Internet of Things. It was great to see all of you participate in the polls. I would now request my colleague Shri to take the sessions forward. Looking forward to active participation from all the participants here. Over to you, Shri.
Thanks, Piyush, for that wonderful set of questions. It was all enjoyable and informative. So without further ado, we will turn the time over to our next session, which is again on, yes, IoT, Internet of Things and Industry 4.0. We have the speaker with us who is an industry specialist, Mr. Tushir Malik, who is the CEO of IY Global IoT Communications with more than 26 years of experience. Mr. Malik has spearheaded strategies for IoT for multiple verticals, including telecom, healthcare, smart cities, and more. So we'll hear from Mr. Malik directly. So welcome, Tushir, to Yuva Mela 2022, and over to you.
Thanks a lot, Shri, and I hope I am loud and clear.
Yes, Tushir, you are.
One second, Shri. Sorry, Tushir. Manu, can you stop share the poll because it's still coming?
Yeah, the poll is coming up again.
We are not able to share the screen.
Yes, Gaurav, I've done that.
Just a moment. Tushir, give us just a moment.
No, sure.
I hope my screen is visible to everyone.
Yes.
Yes, Gaurav. Okay, so thank you, Gaurav and Shri. And I was attending the last panel, so I think I will use Hindi and English. मैं हिंदी और English बीच-बीच में use करता रहूँगा because I could see that was the demand. And I think this poll thing is again popping up, so it's not going out. Anyway, so I was thinking, how will I start? But then
Manu, can you help out? This poll is coming.
One of the co-host is doing it, so we are removing the co-host now. All of the co-hosts. Just 30 more seconds, Gaurav, for the show.
It's removed, Gaurav. We can resume.
Okay.
Visible?
Yes.
Great. Yeah, over to you, Tushir. Thanks.
Okay, fantastic. So I was like, very thinking aloud that, how would I take IoT? And then the last poll question on IoT gave me a very encouraging that, 73% answering the right answer. So very interesting. So before we go into Internet of Things, I think today we are celebrating because of Swami Vivekananda ji, and he was a great philosopher and thinker. And I'll relate this to our today's topic. And the reason I'm saying philosopher and thinker, because today when we speak about any technology or anything which is going into very much advancement, it's all about how you think and how you want to do anything. And practically IoT, let's again go back to IoT. IoT is Internet of Things. Now it is as simple as the whole thing is. Thing could be anyone or anything, which is your car, a machine which we use in manufacturing, home where we all live, or your bicycle, a chair, anything. and these were not giving us any intelligence. So when we connected any or of this thing to internet, we start getting the data. Now I'll explain it very simply. So in your screen, the reason I chose this movie, which we all know, James Bond, and the movie was Casino Royale. It came in 2006, and in one of the scenes, the Bond car was showing a map, and it was showing where it is all going. So nothing great in today's context. आज हम Amazon पे कुछ order करते हैं, or if we do anything, we can see that how far is the delivery, including your home food home delivery partners. You can see when you book a taxi कि कार कहाँ पे है, and where are you and how much time it will take. But and this is all things which are connected. But why I chose this, because in 2006 there was no smartphones. So now it is 15 years now. Maps is part of our everyday something or other. Whenever we use, there is a map. But you will all be very surprised that similarly, Internet of Things was a new name, but back in 2000 also the machines were connected, but they were internally connected. Like within a manufacturing unit, they all were talking to each other, but were they giving any intelligence, or can a person who is manufacturing can do back or change something on a machine? Was not there. So we will give you some simple examples, but you will be very seeing things like in your everyday life, a connected car, a car which has come from many manufacturing companies, especially the electric vehicles, to other things where you can say play this song, or you can even ask like what is the temperature. So as a user, you can even see where the car is. But the same thing, the same car tells the manufacturing company that how the car is performing. Is the car needing any maintenance? Especially in the electric vehicle, when you say that you charge the whole battery 100% and it will go for say 100 kilometers, but does it go for 100 kilometers? Is the battery charged? So on your mobile screen, you can see how this battery has been charged, how my vehicle will perform. Similarly, the manufacturing company will get to know, or the guy who is supposed to help you will get to know that this guy is charged, but still his battery is giving not 100 kilometers but 80. And if you're on the road, if you have assistance to be done for you, somebody can check that his battery is only 20% left and he cannot go more than 10 kilometers and he will need some help. So all in your practical day life, we see internet connected with things, and these whole technology is helping everyone, all the enterprises. In the manufacturing, when it is applied, it's called industrial IoT. So industrial IoT, what it does, I'll give you a very simple example. We were just listening to a few panels, and there was a millet company, or to say an example of a bhujia manufacturing company. So in the bhujia manufacturing company, the raw dal will come, and it has to be fried, and then some masala has to be put on that, and then it has to be packaged. Say, and in the Hindi, I'll say that अगर आप भुजिया मैन्युफैक्चरिंग कंपनी में हैं और इंडस्ट्रियल आईओटी का एक एप्लीकेशन देखना है आपको, तो रॉ दाल आएगा, उसको आप लोग फ्राई करेंगे, एक फ्रायर होगा, फिर उसमें एक मसाला स्प्रिंकल करेंगे और वो फिर पैकेज हो जाएगा. अभी इमेजिन कीजिए कि उस दाल को फ्राई होना था 100 डिग्रीज पे और आपका जो फ्रायर है वो 90 पे है. अभी 90 पे अगर आप करेंगे, if you fry it on 90 degrees, most probably 80% of the raw material will not be in the format or in the frying shape which should have been done at 100. So most of your dal will be wasted. And if this happens and there is no message coming from that machine, then you will never know until the whole thing is done and the whole input, which is the dal, is wasted. But look at the industrial IoT application. Now this machine is connected and the machine has a capability to give you its temperature, its humidity, and all the parameters. And while we see that it is supposed to be on 100 and it is at 80 or 90, there is an alarm which comes to the person who is managing that site or person sitting remotely. He, on the actual near real time, can take an action and get the temperature right, so that that whole manufacturing line and the raw material is not wasted. So that means with a simple application, I'm making it very simple. मैं इसको बहुत इजी बना रहा हूँ, इतना इजी मतलब इतना ही है, बट थोड़ा सा और होता है इसमें ऑटोमेशन एंड देयर सो मेनी डेटा, देन एनालिटिक्स एंड सो मेनी थिंग्स. बट इन दिस एग्जांपल जस्ट इमेजिन कि आपने खाली उसका टेम्परेचर चेंज कर दिया जो कि उसको होना चाहिए था, और आपका वो जो बैच है जो भुजिया का, वो अब 1% चांस है कि उसमें कुछ प्रॉब्लम होगा, अदरवाइज आपका पूरा बैच टिल वो पैकेज बन रहा है, टिल द पैकेजिंग, and the whole thing is done as you wanted it. Otherwise, if this is not connected, if it is not giving you any data, that means if this event can make the entire batch quality wise rejected and the entire raw material is gone. So that means very simply we have, if intelligence given to anything, and that thing can tell you the status or where it is, how it is, and how it should be behaving, life becomes very easy. So if we can go to the next slide, I'll show you some examples in our whole IoT industry. So I'm just said the same thing. IoT is connecting the thing and it's to exchange the data. And this exchange of data is done through various communication mechanisms like GSM, जो mobile use करते हैं, to various IoT protocols. So next one. So even now IoT is so much into everything that we can say it's the new electricity. जैसे हम आज से 1780s या 1870s में बात करें, तो जिस तरह से we were not able to do even the basics because the electricity was not there. Even in some remote places we don't have the electricity and the nothing happens. But now, because right now we're in industry 4.0, industry 3.0 till 1970 to today, it was more on automation done by electronics, computers and everything. But in today, it is more of artificial intelligence, machine to machine, all this cloud and everything. And it is as good as, new electricity, because you can do things, but if you have to have the right outcome, you have to have the right effectiveness, you have to have the right benefits. IoT is a must in every form and shape. You take any example, simplest example, farm to fork. So farm to fork is nothing but from the farm where the crop is growing, जहाँ पे हम कुछ उगा रहे हैं, वहां से हम उसका automation IoT start करते हैं, in the sense कि a sensor who can see whether the crop is needing a pesticide, does it need any chemical, or does it need more water or anything, is the seeds in the right condition of soil, to when the crop is about to get cut, and the whole process, and how you then make your customer or a market ready, so that when the crop is ready to be sold, it reaches to the right market and it reaches to your table. So with this automation, there is a larger, outcomes. There are less of challenge on the whole thing. So agriculture to healthcare to manufacturing to cars to everything, we can see a application of IoT. I gave you an example of car. I gave you an example of manufacturing. Let's say a smart home. Smart home is nothing but then कि मैं अपने घर पे शाम को 4 बजे आता हूँ और मुझे अपने रूम का एसी ऑन चाहिए, तो पहला हो गया मेरा एसी ऑन हो गया, देन मेरे टीवी पे एक पर्टिकुलर चैनल आना चाहिए और चैनल पे शाम को मैं आ रहा हूँ तो मुझे मालूम है, मतलब मेरे टीवी को मालूम है कि मुझे कौन सा चैनल देखना है, मेरे लाइट्स ऑन हो जाएंगे या ऑफ हो जाएंगे. So the intelligence is that you don't have to simple things like आप एक रूम में बैठे हैं और आप किसी भी रूम का, जैसे एक ऐड आता है एसी का in which you see that over a phone call the temperature is done remotely by somebody else and it can change the temperature for your AC. So small automation things. Now a refrigerator which I just bought recently can tell my manufacturing company that whether my refrigerator मेरा जो fridge है, does it needs any maintenance or do they need to come and see or how is it behaving, or if there is a QR code जिसमें if I just scan I get to know कि जो अभी इसमें problem है, what could be the possible problem, and the guy who has to come and visit, he just knows that this is the problem and it's sorted out. So things and the life has become so easy that everything on a day-to-day to larger applications to biggest of the industry to everything, there is an IoT. And now that there's a new term called artificial intelligence. Artificial intelligence is where even the things can do some task on their own. There is no manual intervention. You can provide an intelligence, and when they see that basis on these few set parameters, there is a chatbot. They can speak to you. So there are many ways you can improvise, and why we are focusing on IoT today, and maybe we can just go to one more slide and then we'll come back to and you will see this is just a flow in which you can see that there is a device. A device could be anything. Again, I keep on saying anything, which is again your car to manufacturing unit. How will it connect? So there is a connectivity. Connectivity could be mobile or there are another platforms. Then this whole data will go to a platform because the information cannot be read by a normal person. So uska information पढ़ने के लिए there is a platform which will have multiple devices and it will make sense, and basis on who is to be given this, say it is a guy who's using the machine or a thing, or is it the guy or a person or a company who wants to repair it, or is it the manufacturing company who wants to do something on it. This data will be given to the different stakeholders, and then there'll be analytics. So analytics means historical data. That means last 3 days or my today's entire manufacturing, what was my quality outcome, how was my output, was my machines running on a full capacity. Everything is analytics. I just wanted to give you a very basic thing that if you have a small kit which is more or less you can buy from the market to do some experiment, आप अपने घर पे भी कर सकते हैं. Get that kit, connect, and you can create a scenario. So this is called if this then that. Means अगर ऐसा होगा तो क्या होना चाहिए. So there are simple ways to do this IoT applications. And just one more slide, and then I'll just wrap it up and just give. So why do we adopt IoT? You can see on the screen new business models, operational efficiencies, new revenue, cost savings, innovation, improve security, and a customer satisfaction. Let's take the example of a new business model. New business model is very simple. You don't have to now buy a car. You can just lease a car. You don't have to buy a tractor. Tractor as a service. So how can you give tractor as a service? Because you know that today when somebody will take a tractor from you for a day or two, you know that there is no problem and this will work. So if this tractor is not telling you that all my parts, all my machine, or my internal engines are working, you will not get to know. Or when you give this tractor and the guy will call you and say ki ye to chal hi nahi raha, and there is a surprise. So in this new business model as a service, so you bases on the definitive that this machine is 100% working and it will not fall or fail. You can create a model that yes, as a service, somebody can take it and it will work. Similarly, in the increased revenue to new innovation, everything is possible because of IoT, and you can keep on, applying this. So now coming back to the interesting part of IoT, industry is every day you will see startups. You will every day see somebody doing something very innovatively, or even for a smallest of delivery to your home. Initially it used to take 10 hours, then it reduced to 5 hours. Now pizza was 30 minutes. Now you will see the new applications claiming 10 minutes. So just think, how can somebody give you a delivery in 10 minutes? That means from the click to the entire process, it is connected. Otherwise, it's simply not possible. So it's one of the new business model. And though it's applied on retail and groceries, but imagine in the healthcare, it's same applied. And now it is with the telemedicine. You can take advice from any doctor sitting in India, abroad. He can write you a prescription and the medicine will be delivered to you. Or the simplest of elderly guys with a panic button. If they push the panic button, the alarm goes to the right guys and they come and help you. So it's all innovation. In a summary, what I can say is as a youth or as anyone who is even a student can think of any business or think of anything he wants to do, and you will be surprised कि आपको उसके related you will get the right devices, sensors and everything, and there are many companies who can help you. So I'm encouraging everyone that think of new ideas and think of new technology solutions, anything, and you can create that. So that's the power of IoT. And again, going back to our today's Swami Vivekananda's philosophy and thinking part, and he also says work hard and contribute to the overall growth. So I think if we gel everything, we have got the technology, you have to have a philosophy, think and work hard, and you can contribute. So that's it. So that's it from my side. Maybe we can take questions or if the time permits. So thank you. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, Tushir, for that exceptional presentation. You made it very simple that everyone understood it. And it was very interesting to see how industry has evolved from industry 1.0 to industry 4.0. And here at HCL Foundation, we are keen in making our youth ready for Industry 4.0 and to grab all the opportunities that we have. So we are also having some partners who are working under Yuva Kendra model, and we have trades related to IoT. So that's a good news from our end. Thank you so much. We would like to have you for more sessions with us. Thank you.
Sure, not an issue. Thank you. So are we taking any questions or we are okay now?
I think we can take a couple of questions if time allows. If we are having any questions, please feel free to unmute yourself or type in the chat box. I can read it out. Do we have any questions?
I think, Sri Lakshmi, we have one question. That it said the automation would be killing thousands of jobs in coming year, but could also generate jobs. So the question is, what kind of jobs will be destroyed, and then what kind of jobs would be generated? Very interesting question.
So actually, if Gaurav can pull one of the last slide where I have shown the entire industry and the percentage of distribution. But
sure.
Meanwhile, I'll give the answer, and I'll again make it very simple. In my same question of this, yes, this one. So this is the penetration. So you will see, industrial to aerospace to utilities to medical to automotive, just think and go back to banks going for computers, and everybody was claiming that our jobs will be gone. And now today, how we do banking? You wake up in the morning and you can say, "Hey Siri, please transfer this money to my wife's account," and the money is transferred. Look, my Siri started talking to me. So in my same Bhujia example, yes, if we apply the right automation, the outcome, which is, say today you were supposed to create 100 kgs of packaged Bhujia, and there is no automation. The entire day factory ne kaam kiya, but output is only 10 kg. So you can say everybody got the job, but then there is no revenue. And there is no revenue, then this factory is about to go for a loss and it gets shut down. Now, and this is a real example where in Pune, in other parts of the country, there were companies in the small scale who were using the inkjet machines, and they were creating the automotive with few small components. And when the order was coming on a high volume, the guys on the floor were saying that, we can't go beyond this capacity and we have to buy new machines. And there was a loss coming to these companies. हमने खाली उसमें एक छोटा सा एक डिवाइस डाला और उनको बोला कि आप खाली काउंट कीजिए कि कितनी बार ये इंकजेट मशीन यूज होता है, और सब वर्कर्स को बोला कि आप जितने भी ब्रेक्स ले रहे हैं, आपका सिगरेट ब्रेक, चाय ब्रेक, लू ब्रेक, लंच ब्रेक, सब नोट करते जाइए. So the same factory owner who used to tell his head of this कि आप capacity बढ़ाइए, he was denying. But when he got this data, with the real data, we got to know that only 60% was the utilization, and nobody can deny. So more jobs got created. Instead of 10 guys in the same thing, 15 guys were working, and there was more outcome and more revenue. So I'll say this is helping on the effectiveness, outputs, and more business models, rather than curtailing or limiting the current task force or the manual things. So in my opinion, this is more of a better productivity and better outcomes, rather than fearing about the losses, including the job or anything. So that's my fair view, because I'm working in this industry for almost 9 years now, and I haven't seen anybody saying कि मेरा job चला गया because of IoT. It gets more rather than less. So that's the answer.
Yes, we want.
Yeah, Shri, please continue.
We have more questions. I think I can combine two questions here, which is related to entrepreneurship. So the first question is that, what are the biggest mistakes made by startup and entrepreneurs? And along with that, one more question I think which I can combine is that what type of business can we start as per the current scenario? I think they are mentioning about COVID-19 situation. So if you could please take these questions also.
Well, I'll say the basic philosophy of startup is to disrupt something, okay? But in that, many a times we make things very complicated. So my opinion is that, you know, if the things are simple to execute, so you may think that, you know, we will do all this and hence ये हमारा business है. लेकिन अगर उसके execution में, और execution means it has to be scaled. It's not that कि 5 guys are executing, hence we executed. From 5 to millions, if that solution can be done, that is the success. Idea और philosophy को सोचना, लेकिन उसको executable बनाने में बहुत difference है. So if you can implement the execution right, so you can have, without naming, a meat delivery company who was just delivering your right meat, which is the non-veg thing, is making a success because he keeps on opening the stores and every store is automated. There is nothing manually he has to do. So that is one. And second, in this COVID scenarios, my belief is, other than the hardcore manufacturing, which has somebody to be in the plant, everybody is doing everything on a much larger scale. You know, even the health, to your agriculture, to any example, you know, everything is going. Yeah, there are a few industries which are impacting, but then there are hundreds of them who are opening new businesses and new things. So look at any startup in the recent time. They are flourishing like anything. The entire EV, electric vehicle industry, is doing any, you know. So I think execution is the main crux. Thinking is not execution.
Great. Shri, I think to just keep the time, actually keep in mind. So thank you, Tushi. I think Shri, if we can just move ahead with the schedule.
Sure, Gaurav. Thank you, Tushi.
Okay, thanks a lot, guys. Thank you.
Thanks.
The best way to prepare for tomorrow is doing your best today. This is one of the quotes that I found very interesting, and I'm a very big fan of this quote. So to do the best today, we also should understand what are the blooming possibilities for tomorrow. For that, let's listen to our next panel discussion on landscape of possibilities. We have our esteemed panel. Let me introduce and welcome all the panelists for this second panel discussion. Ms. Susan, Director Apparel from Industry Foundation. She is responsible for the entire department of apparel, and she has extensive experience in value chain and marketing. We also have Mr. Bhaskar Babu from Dr. Reddy's Foundation, who is the Learning and Development Head. He has more than 16 years of experience in skill development sector. And then we have Dr. Srinivas Ravindra, Executive Director of Center for Sustainable Development, who has more than 20 years of experience in sustainable development. Now I invite Ms. Payal to take this discourse ahead. Over to you, Payal.
Yeah, thanks, Sri. Thank you very much. And a very warm welcome to all our panelists. It's really lovely to have you here. And I think that from the previous session, this session is a good, segue. Now we started listening to the Internet of Things and how everything is so very well connected. And what does the future hold for us, and how are we going to prepare for the future? I think that's really wonderful. Just before we get into the meat of the conversation, I'm just going to take a few seconds to speak in Hindi. जो लोग ये जो पैनल है, हमारे तीनों जो पैनलिस्ट हैं फ्रॉम साउथ इंडिया, हैदराबाद से और बैंगलोर से हैं. सो द लैंग्वेज जो हम लोग इंटरव्यू के लिए पैनल के लिए करेंगे वो अंग्रेजी है, बट आई हैव रिक्वेस्टेड HCL फाउंडेशन से कोई नोट्स ले रहे हैं, एंड एट द एंड इसका जो सिनॉप्सिस है, ब्रीफ है, हम लोग हिंदी में आपको बताएंगे कि क्या बातें हुई और महत्वपूर्ण जो पॉइंट्स हैं वो आपके साथ हम लोग शेयर करेंगे। सो मैं माफी मांगती हूँ कि हम लोग ज्यादा हिंदी में इस पैनल में ज्यादा हिंदी में नहीं बोलेंगे, बट विद द प्रॉमिस कि आप जो बात हुई है उसका अनुवाद, उसका जो ट्रांसलेशन है आपके साथ महत्वपूर्ण पॉइंट्स का शेयर किया जाएगा। राइट गौरव, इज दैट करेक्ट?
Yes, Payal, yeah, that's okay.
Yeah, thank you very much. Okay, so once again a very warm welcome to everybody on the panel. So what are we going to talk about in this panel? We are, we all realize and we understand, especially as the last panelist, as the last speaker shared with us, that job markets are changing really rapidly. The way we interact with our environment is changing very rapidly. And we also spoke about the advent of the fourth industrial revolution, which is set to transform tasks, jobs, and skills by 2025. So that's what we are all calling the Industry 4.0. Yeah, and the World Economic Forum report that they released in 2020 talks about that many jobs and ways of working will become redundant, but new opportunities will open up. So the landscape may be changing, but there are fresh opportunities and there are many possibilities that are opening up. So it's really very exciting where we are. So for many young Indians, our youth, who are going to be entering the workforce in the next couple of years, and in all probability will be first generation learners or first generation workers. So how are we going to prepare them to capitalize on these opportunities? So this is the thrust of the conversation with our panelists today. So I'm going to begin with you, Bhaskar, because in our conversation earlier, you were very excited about the whole digital landscape that is opening up. Yeah. So in a continuation from almost the previous speaker, what do you see as the future of skilling?
Thanks, Payal. I mean, that was wonderful base the previous speaker, Mr. Tushar, has already laid out the technology. We've been looking at how technology has changing the entire landscape completely, right? So keeping that in mind, I see that there are some transferable skills that everybody has to get into. And among that, the technology skills is another big thing that everybody has to get. Now, Digital India, there is another campaign that's happening in parallel to Skill India. If you look at how digital technologies, right from a very smartphone to the technologies that Mr. Tushar has already spoken, it creates a lot of job opportunities to the people. If we are not present to that, and if we don't really skill the youth, then our Skill India mission will take a completely different path altogether. So all the implementing agencies and the promoters like HCL and other organizations have to really push everybody to incorporate some digital skills. Now going forward, these digital skills will be called soft skills or life skills as well, because everyone needs these digital skills. That could be very small one, like operating a mobile phone, maybe operating an app, to the coding as well. So that is what my take in that sense. So we in Dr. Reddy's Foundation already started creating a couple of modules where we can digitally skill them and also prepare them for the future. I'm actually looking at by 2030, not even 2025. By 2030, there are many jobs that are going to be redundant. My take on this is anything that can be, that has got some routine tasks that will get redundant in the market. So now where do these people go? These people will actually go into where the entire job or the role requires amount of thinking and solving some problems. So whether it is first generation learners or second generation learners or even some part of upskilling as well, we will have to focus in that direction.
Okay. So can you give us some examples of the jobs that you're saying may become redundant, may not exist any longer?
For example, look at this receptionist as a role. Now, currently, already many organizations, they have removed this position as receptionist. And there were a couple of, personal assistants for the senior executives, because, they were taking notes for them and they were actually organizing meetings for them. They were building calendars for them. Now, once, the Alexa has come in or Google Google Home has come in. These things are automatically taken care. Now they don't need any one person to be there and taking care of them. Right? And technology is doing much better because human beings can get tired, but the technology will never get tired.
Okay.
If the person, I mean the senior executive, is little, digitally literate, these things can happen. Very simple.
Yeah. Okay. So the internet is hopefully not going to rule us, but it's going to be there for us. Dr. Srinivas, I turn to you. You had, when we spoke, you were talking about how, so there's the digital reality, right? Internet of Things is here. The other reality that you spoke about is how governments are turning to low carbon economies. So green jobs are going to open up. So could you reflect a little bit on that and share with us what kind of green jobs do you think are there in the landscape of possibilities?
Yeah. So thank you, Payal, and thank you, HCL team, for having me here for this very important discussion. So just taking on the question and from where Mr. Bhaskar has also left. There was a study conducted by the Boston University some time back, which said the world is going to experience a shortage of working population by 47 million people, whereas India is going to have 56 million surplus people available for work. Now, how are we going to use these 56 million surplus people is the challenge in the coming 10 to 20 years from now. Well, green jobs is definitely one of the emerging segments that we need to focus on. And ILO, the International Labour Organization of the UN, has for the first time defined and then talked about green jobs itself as any kind of a job that results in, safeguarding our environment or sustainability, be it water, energy, whatever, waste, etc. And as you know, with the pledges for climate change right now taking a big priority, even if you go by the scientific standards, with all the current pledges that we have, we can reduce the temperature, global temperature, to only by about 2.9 degrees Celsius, as against what we are targeting as 1.5 degrees. So which means even if you work very, very hard to protect the climate, you're still not going to reach the target. And if you want to reach even the current pledge targets, you need to invest a lot in the workforce, because you cannot achieve these objectives without developing skilled manpower. And that's where, the green skills and green jobs come into play. Of course, we don't have a very structured green skill, green job kind of thing here. But we have the Sector Council for Green Jobs created by the Government of India and under the National Skill Development Council. And the Skill Council for Green Jobs has estimated that we require about 61 million green jobs, actually, in the coming years by 2030. That's the estimate that they're putting at. Renewable energy itself, we require about 20 lakh jobs. That's the kind of thing. About 7 to 8 lakh jobs in the green building sector. Another 7 to 8 lakh jobs that we would require even in sectors like electric vehicle mobility, waste management. All these are emerging sectors for the green skills and oriented towards the green jobs. So that's the kind of demand that we are actually looking at in this sector, which is not yet created, in a very formal way. And as I discussed with you yesterday, many of the existing people try to manage these jobs, which is not skilled actually. For example, a plumber is trying to manage a wastewater treatment plant, though he is not officially trained to handle it. Now, you can't go forward with that kind of situation, because you need skilled, trained manpower to actually handle these jobs, because they are getting very, very professional. And if you don't have the skilled manpower, you won't get the desired result. For example, if you operate a wastewater treatment plant with a non-technical person, you won't get the desired result at all. So you are wasting your effort, you're wasting the energy spent on it, the money spent on it. So this is where the need for green jobs and green skills actually comes into play. Yeah.
So can you give us some examples of green jobs? Like, I mean, there's already, like we discussed yesterday, there's already a lot of work happening at the grassroots levels, you know, working with women. We know in Telonia, the barefoot grannies for solar, that they are there. I know the Selco in Karnataka that is working on solar. There is, of course, Swayam Shikshan Prayog. So there are many NGOs that are working with their constituency and, you know, preparing them or actually putting them into green jobs. But you are talking about really specific skills that are required. So how do we prepare our young people and the people at the grassroots for leveraging or capitalizing on this sector that is going to open up?
Yeah, so let me give you a couple of maybe examples or cases in which we are also dealing with. Solar, as you said, yes, it's being seen a phenomenal increase in terms of the percentage of the jobs that are required, the skilled manpower that is actually being currently needed for it. And that's simply because the government of India has given a lot of impetus to solar. You know, we right from the solar missions to, today we have a global forum for International Solar Alliance, etc. All this is giving a lot of impetus to the solar. So that's one of the reasons why we, and of course, this is an easier path for us to achieve our climate pledges through, whatever you want to reduce the carbon, extent of carbon in the atmosphere and so on. But equally important, and what's also catching up are a couple of other sectors. And one of them is the green buildings and green construction sector. There is the IGBC, the Indian Green Building Council, which is working very hard to try and, promote green buildings. So green buildings is not just about an architect's view or my personal interior designs about a green building, but it's actually using green construction material to build green buildings. Now, where are these green material for you, green construction materials? So this is one emerging sector that is currently being dealt upon. They are working on the actual construction materials. So you need a lot of manpower, even in rural areas, to develop and work towards green construction material. For example, traditionally we had bricks and brick kiln manufacturers were located in rural areas. Now you have substitutes for that. Now that also requires skilled manpower. The other one is about waste management, and waste management is picked up. I don't know whether you all just saw very recently, I was amazed to see that there is a company called Recycle. It's called Recycle, KAL, which got a funding of $22 million for simply creating a waste exchange bank. Okay, something that I had proposed 25 years back when I was working with the government and with the ministry. Back then there was no digital technology at that point of time. And I was a young officer then, and I said that we must look at waste exchange banks. And the waste exchange bank we actually set up in Mysore, along with SIDBI and the Mysore industrial area. But it was a very physical kind of bank, and people never realized it at that point of time. But today, the same thing has emerged digitally, and where I think the previous speaker was talking about how digital technology makes so much of difference, to your business. So waste management, waste exchange is getting to be another big area, because everybody wants, especially big multinational companies, like if you take Coca-Cola, for example, all the soft drink companies, somehow they want their waste, which they generate in forms of tins or PET bottles, that need to be recycled or taken back. So this is a very, very growing industry. Electronic waste. And Bangalore is one of the largest producers of electronics waste. I've brought out a number of papers on the electronic waste. Now, the problem with these sectors is they're highly unorganized. You have unskilled manpower dealing with it. They could be just rag pickers who are segregating it, or they could be, raddiwalas, or they could be even people who are concentrated in a few areas who try to recycle or refurbish the waste. Now, this is all being done in a very hazardous manner, in a very dangerous manner, and in an unskilled manner. Now, the whole objective is, can we bring them into the formal skill structure, provide them the requisite skills, and the jobs, because there are jobs. It is a job that they're doing, but they're not being paid well because it's unskilled and is also hazardous and dangerous for them. Yeah. So therefore, we need to identify the unorganized structure in the green jobs area, make them skilled, and then put them on board. And that's a very, very big contribution that anybody can make towards green skills and green jobs. And you're creating a new stream of jobs entirely. While I agree with the previous speaker, there's going to be displacement of jobs in certain areas, but there is a whole lot of jobs that are waiting to be created in another area. And that's where I think we need to do that.
Yeah, great. So there is the internet of everything that's going to come about, as well as the green jobs that we are going to look at. And Susan, with that, I turn to you. You work with communities on the ground. Yeah, you are working intensively with women producers, hand-holding them and taking them through an entire journey of empowerment, right? So when you hear our speakers, talk about what the future holds, how excited do you get for your women producers? What do you think is the landscape of possibilities for them?
No, point one, no. The thing is, अगर आपके पास काम नहीं हो, तो हम आएंगे आपके पास. Because we work with hands. We work with artisans with hands. Although of course digital is very important that you have to connect. I'll speak a little bit on that later on. Yes, we go down to the rural India to try and scope out women who are in need of work, who need work to be in their sitting in their comfort. We go to them, they don't come to us. We try to make them make out products. I'll show you some of the products. Now, if I'm looking at this, the whole scenario in the future, if you had spoken to me 10, 15 years ago, it would have been, the buyer is trying to be sustainable and transparent and things like that because there's a dictate from the government or something like that. But now, every brand that we work with, they are very interested in sustainability. They're very interested in transparency. They're very interested in literacy. So it's becoming part of the whole culture of, make production and selling. It is the ethical buying is becoming so important to everybody that, that it is now into everybody's discussions, that whenever we talk and we focus on women and we focus on sustainability, on transparency, on circular economy, and we believe that there should be no waste. We work with natural fiber. So as you know, we work with natural fiber. That means zameen se ugta hai, and we use every part of that plant, because we put that into circular economy. And this is what we scale up to the buyers and show them this product. Our buyers are so aware these days, and their consumers who are maybe even a teenager is very aware of who made this product, which part of the world is it coming from, are they being paid fair wages, are they being treated well by the person who's selling it to us eventually. All that has become very, very important a role, in the whole thing of buying. So I am super excited because finally we are all aligning, with the karigar and with the consumer. And in between, we have this huge support from digital. The digital world is really helping us to take this closer to everybody. Now when we talk to our karigars, when we talk to our artisans and we show IKEA showrooms, we could not do this 10 years ago. Right now we show them that this is where your product is going. So for them, it is not just that they are weaving it, they're also knowing who is buying it eventually, how important she is in this supply chain. That is what, and everybody kind of just recognizes it. So to answer your question, Payal, I'm super excited. The whole of industry is super excited. I think it's the right way to go.
Yeah. So ethically produced products, ethically sourced products, with transparency, traceability, empowerment built into them almost, right?
Completely. It's right from, the plantations we go to, the banana plantations we go to, we are working directly with the farmers. earlier we did have middlemen in the whole thing, but COVID in a way helped us because the middlemen just moved out and we could go directly to the plantations. So we work directly with the farmers. We are coaching them on how do you take out the bark, how do you store it. You do not keep it directly on the ground, have pallets and keep it on top, dry it properly. And whatever you are planting there, we will buy. You know, so right from the plantation, and then the manufacturing is also very ethically done because each lady exactly knows what she is to do and there is no wastage. We work with banana bark. Now, any bark which is like a waste, then we use it into making ropes and we make rope products. After that, we even do fibers. We make use of the fibers. This is our new project. So there's nothing going waste. It's completely ethically produced and we do not use any chemicals and anything. It's all organically done.
Yeah. Yeah. So you're almost, I would say, with Dr. Srinivas and Bhaskar, you're almost sitting on the cusp of both digital. If we was to stretch the definition of green jobs, because it's sustainable, you're there. You're not producing any waste. You're there. And then with the non-profit sector, we are talking about empowerment. We're talking about women leading change. So, you know, you are there, Susan. So it's really great. And we'll delve a little deeper into how you are moving women up the economic ladder and up the responsibility ladder. We'll come to that. So, Mr. Bhaskar, how are you? You know, you have been working in learning and development for the past, I think, 20 years. So how are you? What are the kind of shifts in curriculum that you see that are going to happen? And what are the main human traits that we need to polish for us to take advantage of this whole shift that's going to happen?
Right. That's the most important question, I think, in the current juncture, where the world is getting transformed. As I told you, that I mean, my take again on the digital part, right? So now the technology is replacing the routine tasks, right? Now we don't need, I mean, once the technology becomes affordable, we really don't need people to work on the routine jobs.
Yeah.
So when this thing is actually talked about, many people think that they lose jobs. It is not that they lose jobs. Now we need more people where we can identify problems and solve where machines cannot solve it. So in that sense, people have to learn some topmost skills. Like, I mean, this core employability skills like communication, basic digital literacy, and language skills. All these things will continue to rule the overall game. But apart from this, like problem solving skills, critical thinking, these are the skills that we really needed at the entry level opportunities also. Maybe NEP, if it is implemented properly, it will also solve most of these problems, because that requires a lot of change in the curriculum as well. So I am currently focusing on building these problem solving skills coupled with the digital technology. So now I renamed it as digital problem solving. So it's almost done now. We are piloting that as well. So that is one big thing. So what I mean to say is we will have to teach people. Somehow it was there in India earlier. In any meeting, Indians were the most, I mean, the people who are asking more questions most of the times. But later, this questioning ability got killed. Now, once we really make people think and encourage people to ask as many questions as possible, design the methodology around and just facilitate. The trainers have to become facilitators.
Sure.
Then I think it can be achieved. Rather than, I mean, the trainers also should become more humble. They become facilitators. They also think, learn together with the, kids. So this is not just for the entry level people. This is also for upskilling. Now, otherwise, people will continue to really, stay behind the game. They will have to run. They'll have to upskill. Organizations also should think about upskilling people, not on only technology space, and also this soft skill side, problem solving, critical thinking, those sides.
So one of the leadership traits could also be in just facilitate. You facilitate your staff or you facilitate your team.
Yes,
Yeah.
yes.
Rather than be directive.
Yeah, I mean, one of the adult learning principles also talks about that, just facilitate adults, don't push anything on them. Let them, all that we need to do is we need to create this awareness that they definitely need more skills going forward, different skills. If we can actually create this awareness among youth and as well as the employees in the organizations, I think they will pick up this.
Okay.
Nobody want to stay behind, right? Even look at, I've been looking at the self-employment with Manorama and also Priya in the
Yes.
earlier panel.
Yes.
They have done really phenomenal job. Look at how technology was helping them.
Yes.
So this digital marketing and everything, it was really, really helpful to them. If we also add this skill to those women, I think we will change the entire game at the entry level itself. Otherwise, tomorrow they can't be really stand behind that, okay, this is costing more. Now HCL Foundation is kind enough to work with them. But what happens in the future? When we really plan for our exit strategy from them, how do they sustain, right? They also need to get some amount of these skills. Similar, that is where we are also working. I mean, I'll take this opportunity to talk about what we are doing for the women in Dr. Reddy's Foundation. We have very recently started in partnership with NSDC to cater to the age group of 30 years to 45-year women, those who really want to come back and participate in mainstream economy. There we also started one more training program around these skills, that what I talked about. We have completed 2 batches and there's wonderful response from the people as well. But there were also some problems where at the family counseling level that we had to work. Yeah, we are really learning in that journey. I think we will scale up this program in a near future.
Yeah, wonderful. So with you are preparing curriculum and you see problem solving skills being right at top of the skill ladder, like that is really required. That's a priority number 1, that even if repetitive jobs are taken over by machines or by the internet or whatever digital equipment there is, but at the same time the humans are need to up their game where problem solving is concerned. And that is where the number 1 skill that we need to imbue our youth with at where the skilling agencies are working, right? So Dr. Srinivas, given the green jobs arena, and given the fact that we are talking about problem solving and other skills that need to come up and need to be polished for people to take advantage of the new sectors that are opening up, what do you see a green job or what do you see curriculum for green skilling look like? How do NGOs who are listening or the young people who are listening to this discussion, what could they take away from the fact that, okay, there are green jobs coming up, we have to look at green skills and get trained in green skills? So what is it that they're going to take away?
Yeah, so Payal, let me just state at the first instance what we are doing with HCL itself currently,
Yes.
HCL Foundation. This is a very unique initiative that has been taken up, and perhaps the one of its kind in the country for promoting green skills and orienting towards green jobs. So we have chosen this wastewater segment, especially training of the sewage treatment plant or wastewater treatment plant operators. And we are skilling them in a way that is required to meet the obligations of a wastewater treatment plant, be it in apartments, be it in commercial buildings or wherever. Now, the Skill Council for Green Jobs has already put out a curriculum, detailed curriculum is available. How many hours are required? What is the syllabus? What is the number of practical sessions you should have? How many theoretical sessions should be there? Field visits, then assessments and soft skills, everything has been defined by that. Now, we typically follow that because that has already got a qualification pack and it meets certain NSQF levels also. And based on that, we impart the training and then try to get these people placed. And we have been fairly successful in placing these people in what we can, quote unquote, call as green jobs. Okay. Now, apart from that, we are also encouraging people to become entrepreneurs, where a couple of trained manpower can come together and set up service centers that can cater to the requirements in a particular geographical area or a particular sector, specific requirements can also be met. So they can in turn employ other fellow people who have also got skilled in this same area. Thereby, they are creating more jobs also. And they are also becoming entrepreneurs in the process. We are actually attempting that right now, and we have covered one part of it, and we have got very good feedback that many of them have benefited. In fact, people have also said that they are able to, enhance their job, satisfaction levels. They get better paid, their promotions. Even entrepreneurs who are running it are now being able to service better. So therefore, if you are able to skill them in the right way, what I've given is just one example. Now we are attempting another sector with the government of Karnataka, what is called as Raita Sahayaks for sustainable agriculture. So here we found one of the most important gaps between bringing the farmer or the farmer organization to the buyer, institutional buyer, is related to quality. So that is where a middleman has been playing a lot of role in trying to take it from the farmer. He will, make some quality changes, and then he will give it to the buyer, and he adds a lot of commission to it. Now, what we have come up and told the government is, look, if you can have Raita Sahayaks at the village level, at the rural level, or wherever the farms are there, and they can be trained in quality assessments, especially self-help groups like women, then, they can, and with the use of digital technology, they can directly transmit the quality reports to the buyers from the field.
Sure.
Then what happens is the buyer is in a position to understand what is the quality of produce that he is going to get. Hence, the rejection rate is going to be less, and the farmer can sell it at a good price to the buyer. Now, this is a model that we are currently working on, and this requires a lot of skilled manpower at the grassroots levels, because at that level, nobody knows about quality. Sure. They simply harvest the crop, and whatever produce is there, they will sell it in the mandis or in the open markets at very low price. Now, if they can actually do quality assessments themselves or do a little more value addition, they can sell it at a very high price. Now, this is where the government needs to intervene, and we also, and I'm very happy that the Center for Sustainable Development, along with Government of Karnataka, is now launching this Raita Sahayak in this month, actually. Where we are also developing a particular digital app where the Raita Sahayak can use it at his farm level to capture, and then the data can be sent to the buyer also. Now, this kind of skilling is also required, which can help people on a sustainable agriculture basis. Because we believe if quality can be assessed at the ground level, rejections can be reduced, a lot of savings, even in terms of carbon emissions, can happen, because agricultural waste contributes to almost 30% of our methane emissions. So an important link to reducing global warming is to reduce your methane emissions, which is coming from agricultural waste. So like this, we have also discussed this with NSDC. NSDC has brought in a particular, now is introducing a curriculum for sustainable agriculture also, based on our recommendation. So like this, we have got number of skilling requirements we are discussing with NSDC and different people. And as you coming back to your main question, the Skill Council for Green Jobs is defining the curriculum from time to time. They have already got for solar, they've got for wastewater, they've also got for, I think, waste management, and now green buildings. Although probably they're either working on it or they've already worked on it. So there are a formal syllabus that is coming out here. But then I just wanted to add back to what Bhaskar was saying. I think the new education policy has to take this up at a different level, where you introduce them either at the school or the diploma level, skilling as well. Because as I was telling you yesterday, we have diploma in mechanical engineering or diploma in electrical engineering. Now, if you go back and see who are the technicians in solar industry, Essentially, they will be diplomas in mechanical engineering and electrical engineering, but they need to be retrained in the solar business, in the solar modules. Then, you can get them a job in the solar industry. So if you leave mechanical engineers and electrical engineers as they are, without reskilling them, then they won't find the right jobs that they're looking for.
Yeah.
So that bit of reskilling is actually.
Yeah. So you made a lot of really important points, but one thing that really stood out in my mind is how do you train grassroots people in quality management and other, the other skills that you were talking about. And I know, Gaurav, you have asked me to wrap up. It's almost time to wrap up the panel, but I think Susan would be able to throw some light as to how do you, what are the, and this is the last question that I'm going to ask before we wrap up, is that, Susan, how are you creating this really robust ecosystem at the grassroots where, women are being led up the ladder in increasing roles of responsibility? So, from quality manager to looking after shipping requirements, what we discussed yesterday. So how are you doing?
Yeah, okay. I mean, it's not fair that I don't have time to talk, but anyway, so what I'm saying is that, what Dr. Srinivas also was saying, that skilling starting from the ground level is so important. And that's one thing we are focusing on. So when we go out and we try and skill a lady, starting with just the weaving and things like that, we have trainers who go in there and train. Okay, and they are doing the weaving first, and then they are making products for us. It takes a while to get to them on that. But from this community, we try to bring out the leaders, the trainers, the people who are actually going to manage this whole thing. So we create mutually benefit trusts. And this is a producer-owned company. Okay, so all the women who are working with us, they are producers and they own the company. So when you own a company, you need to know that I'm not just weaving this. What happens after this? What happens after this? And it's not as if when our people go in there, they are not the buyers. The buyers are, we work with IKEA, H&M's, Carrefour, buyers like that. So what we try to see is from the community, we try to get people who can move up the ladder to look at quality. What is the importance of your weaving? How does it hurt a product if you have strands coming out of the product? Look at the quality. And after the quality, how is it getting packed? It is going all the way to Sweden or US or wherever. How is it being packed? The women then are trained in this. We have a professional layer in the middle there, but they are kind of training. And I'm also professional management there, where now I am an employee to the producer. So I have to skill them to take on this whole role. So we are training them into first, of course, getting them up to every kind of weaving using barks and ropes and things like that and making products. Then they move into trainers. They become master trainers. After that, they become team leaders. Then they go into quality checking. Then they go into production. So if you talk to our women, there is one lady who didn't know anything about this weaving. She just because the unit was set up, and then she just walked in and said that, let me see what I can do. But right now she is almost second level to our quality manager. She's taking care of the complete quality of the product. So if you see her checking a product, even I don't check like this. So I've got some pictures of products, if you can see, and see, when I pass my hand through it, it doesn't splinter. It's not splintering. Yeah, it's that perfectly done. So this girl kind of looks at those things, and then also sees how is it getting packed? When are we sending it? When we make a production order also, they are involved in it. They know that this month we have to ship, for example, 1,000 pieces. Who's going to make it? What time do you need it? What is the delivery date? Everything they're getting skilled on. And slowly by slowly, they should be taking over the whole unit. That is how we are trying to get them up to whatever they have to do. Any interaction with the buyers before the COVID times, when the buyers would come down, they would work directly with the artisans. They would work directly with the producers. So they are from designing to concept building to shipping.
Yeah. And Susan, just one last question I have for you. We are talking about what is the landscape of possibilities. So green jobs, the Internet of Things, the repetitive jobs will be out, and the ones that require problem solving and stuff like that. So these kind of jobs will, like these kind of skills will be required.
Yes.
But let's talk about what you and I discussed yesterday. But all this is fabulous and all this is great. What is it that you spoke about yesterday? And could you elaborate a little bit for us on the next generation impact?
Okay, so basically what we think is that we are going to a woman and we start them off with a basic skilling. We call it the 6Y skilling, where we talk about 6 Ys. That first one is you, and second is, your community, your family, your world, and things like that. So when we talk to them about the first Y, which is so important, we're talking about you, we are trying to see that the woman knows that she has an identity. She knows that she's important for the family, though she still remains a mother or the wife or the daughter, but then she knows that I am an important person in this whole value chain, whether it is in family or whether it is outside. Now, when you have a woman, a mother who's earning like this, who's standing up and, helping the family where concerns on health or education or whatever, can we imagine what the impact is there on their children, on her children who are watching this? The son is watching, saying that, my mother, a lady, a woman, is also capable of working, of bringing in money, of standing on her own, or expressing her views. What about the daughter? The daughter is immensely impacted because now at the age of 13, 14, nobody can get her married. She will say, no, I need to work, I need to earn, I need to stand on my own feet. It's not that I'm against marrying, but there is a time for that. Yeah, so that kind of impact going into the future, next generation, is amazing. I mean, that when we see the impact, when we see that children are now getting into this thing of, my mother can also do this, my sister also can do this. That's the impact that we're looking at for the next generation. And that, I think, will move the country way forward.
Yeah. Absolutely, Susan. Thank you so much for talking about that. And I think that all the points that have been put forward by the panelists, really the landscape of possibilities is really immense. The opportunities are emerging for us to, like Roshni said, like there's no planet B, right? So we are talking about green jobs. We are talking about the Internet of Things. We are talking about people's self-confidence, how the younger generation is going to get impacted when they see their mothers taking charge, leading, and their inspiration. So I'm excited. I don't know about anybody else, but I think it's really exciting, and we just need to prepare ourselves. Like the previous speaker said, that he hasn't seen anybody's job going because of the Internet of Things exploding. So I don't think jobs are going to go, but new jobs are going to come up. And the work of the HCL Foundation and all its NGO partners is preparing our young people to really to leverage and capitalize on what is opening up for us. So thank you very much, all the 3 panelists. I've really enjoyed talking to you, and I've learned a lot, and gives me many things to think about. So thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks for having us here.
Thank you.
Thanks,
Thank you
HCL.
all for having us here. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thanks a lot.
Namrata, over to you.
Thank you, Payal. Thank you, everyone. We had a wonderful discussion. But before going further ahead with questions, I have an important announcement to make. Everyone who is sitting in groups, please ensure that you wear masks, because it's important to ensure your safety and everyone's safety. It's a mandate for this event. Please, mask on. Now I need to share the key takeaways of this session in Hindi for our participants who have joined from the north. Yes, Himani, over to you.
Himani, you can unmute now.
Sure. Thank you, Manu. Thank you, Sri Lakshmi. हम सब ने ये सेशन जिन्होंने अटेंड किया, मुझे समझ आ रहा था कि हम बहुत सी चीजें समझ पाए, पर कुछ चीजें शायद ऐसी होंगी जो हम नहीं समझ पाए. तो मैं बिना ज्यादा समय लिए आप लोग को बहुत ब्रीफ में समझाना चाहूंगी कि हमने क्या क्या बातें करी, और हमने बहुत सी ऐसी बातें करी जो हमारे भविष्य से जुड़ी है। हम आने वाले समय में किस तरह की नौकरियां कर सकते हैं, क्या क्या हमारे पास अवसर हैं, और कितना अच्छा रोल टेक्नोलॉजी प्ले करेगी आने वाले समय में हम सबकी जिंदगी में। तो टेक्नोलॉजी ने हमारा जीवन काफी आसान बना दिया है। आज हम सब जुड़े हैं, एक दूसरे से बात कर पा रहे हैं, एक दूसरे को देख पा रहे हैं। वो इसीलिए है क्योंकि टेक्नोलॉजी का हम एक हिस्सा है, टेक्नोलॉजी हमारे बीच है, और हमें इतनी सुख सुविधाएं जो प्रदान करी है जिसकी वजह से हम जुड़ सकते हैं, इसी के बारे में आज हमने बात करी। हम कभी सोच भी नहीं सकते थे शायद आज से 10-20 साल पहले कि किसी लखनऊ के एक इलाके में बैठ करके हम बैंगलोर या चेन्नई के लोगों से जुड़ सकते हैं, उनसे बात कर सकते हैं, या वहां पे बनाई गई चीजें खरीद सकते हैं। आप सब जानते होंगे पहले के समय में हम कहीं छुट्टियां मनाने जाते थे तो हम याद करते थे कि वहां से हम ये सामान लेकर के आए, पर आज के समय में ऐसा नहीं है। हम अपने घर पे बैठ करके दूर से लोगों से जुड़ सकते हैं। एंड मैं ये भी बताना चाहूंगी कि HCL फाउंडेशन ने अपना एक ऐसा इनिशिएटिव भी शुरू करा है जिसका नाम है माई ई हार्ट। जिस तरीके से पहले हम मेलों में जाते थे, हाट में जाते थे और देखते थे सामान जो बहुत सारे लोगों ने बनाया होता था, अलग अलग स्टेट से लोग आते थे, आज वो सारी चीजें ऑनलाइन है। सो इसके बारे में हमारे स्पीकर्स ने बात करी कि किस तरीके से आने वाले समय में ना सिर्फ हर उन लोगों के पास जिनके पास एक लैपटॉप है और वो सिर्फ जुड़ सकते हैं, बट हर एक इंसान जिसके पास कला है, जिसके हाथ में ताकत है, जादू है और कुछ करने की इच्छा है, उनके लिए बहुत सारे अवसर हैं। और हमने कुछ बात करी ग्रीन जॉब्स के बारे में। तो ग्रीन जॉब्स से आप लोग वापस जाकर के अपनी टीम से, अपने ट्रेनर से और पूछिए इसके बारे में कि क्या चीजें हैं डिजिटल स्किल्स, किस तरीके की स्किल्स आने वाले समय में आपको बहुत सारी नौकरियों का अवसर दे सकती हैं। सो विद टेक्नोलॉजी को हम जितने अच्छे यूज में लाएंगे वो उतने हमारे लिए महत्वपूर्ण होगी, बेनिफिशियल होगी और हमारा फायदा होगा इससे आने वाले समय में। सो विद दैट श्री लक्ष्मी, आई थिंक आई गिव इट ओवर टू यू। थैंक यू।
Thanks, Himani. So I think we can have a couple of questions, if any. Considering the time, we can only have 2 questions max. If there is any question, please type in the chat box or unmute yourself and go ahead.
I think Shri, we can take it ahead.
Sure, Gaurav. Yes. Thank you so much, all the panelists and Payal. We had a wonderful discourse and we explained how this value chain has changed, market has changed over the years, and how technology has improved, or how technology is influencing each of these layers of the value chain. That takes me to My Heart initiative of HCL Foundation, which Himani already explained to everyone, that My Heart initiative is our is a step that we have taken to connect primary producers, the artisans, to directly to the market through technology. Now they are getting more orders without going through multiple layers, which also help them in getting more profits from their products rather than filtering it out in other layers like middlemen. We also talked about green skills, and we are happy to share that HCL Foundation is working on green skill development with a few partners, and it's important to have a cohort of green workers who is there to protect and conserve environment. 21st century life skills, yes, it is a part of all the skill training curriculums of HCL Foundation, and we are absolutely keen in communications and other soft skills which are required for everyone to improve in their career and personal life. Thank you so much. With that, we'll go ahead with our last session, the final session which we have. So we believe that no preparation for harnessing the opportunities in future is complete without equipping ourselves mentally to be mentally strong and to face any challenges and project ourselves onto the trajectory of success. For that reason, we have our last session on emotional well-being. We are joined by Dr. Arvind from National Institute of Mental Health and Neurosciences. He is an additional professor from the Center for Public Health, and he has more than 16 years of experience in this domain. His major areas of research are urban mental health and youth mental health. Doctor, welcome to Yuva Mela 2022. Over to you. Please take this session ahead.
Thank you, Lakshmi, for that introduction. So, hope I'm audible.
Yes, Doctor, you are audible.
Okay, so can I go ahead with sharing my PPT and then I'll move ahead?
Yes, Shashank, I request you to share the deck.
Okay. Now, is it possible for me to change the slides?
We can change,
Yes,
sir, for you.
Okay, so at the outset, I thank HCL Foundation and larger organizers for this, for inviting me for this Yuva Mela and asking me to speak on the one of the important topic, emotional well-being. So, considering the topic and since the time is also going beyond the schedule, I think I'll keep it very brief. And I thought I will not give any statistics. I thought I will not discuss the reasons for emotional issues in the current scenario because most of us know all these aspects, job, education related, relationship issues in the current COVID scenario. All this have aggravated and therefore I'm not going to speak about those causes also. Since the time is very short, I thought I'll focus more on giving some of the techniques of how youth can follow these techniques and be emotionally well or protect their emotional well-being. So most of my presentation is only focused on those. So considering these aspects, I have given my objectives as to understand why we need or understand the functions of emotions basically. So why we have different types of emotions, what is the need for those emotions. So unless we understand these basics, it is difficult for us to regulate our emotions. And a larger, greater part of my presentation will be focused on strategies for managing our emotions. Next slide.
So, Dr. Arvind, there is a request. If you can be little louder, I think that would be great. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll try to be a bit louder. So most of the thing what I'm going to speak now is from my previous project, the Bangalore Urban Mental Health Initiative. And in one of the picture, you can see that we have around 13 different modules developed. And these actually are the skills that is required to protect one's mental health. So we did a thorough research, identify what are the skills that are required and how to deliver the skills to lay people. So based on that, we have arrived at 13 different skills. And interestingly, one of my in the previous panel discussion, it was said that problem solving, decision making skills are also, I think it's now one of the top priority in industries. And fortunately and interestingly, this is also one of the important skills for protecting our own mental health. And therefore, we have dedicated one exclusive model on problem solving, critical thinking and decision making, including goal setting. And one of the module among those 13 is emotions. How do we manage our emotions? So in that context, whatever I'm going to speak now will be from this emotions module. And Mr. Bhaskar Babu was also focusing on facilitations. In fact, we have developed these modules more on that is delivering this module on a facilitatory mode. Okay, so with that, we move on to the major part of this presentation. Next. So first, we need to understand what do we mean by emotion. So basically, a lot of emojis were being there in the chat box. So I do have some of those emojis. So emotions are nothing but our mental reactions, and which we experience it as a feeling. And this mental reactions, which is experienced as a feeling, is usually directed towards an object or a person. So whenever, say for example, when we see somebody, we get happy or angry, or when we see a particular object, let us say a good pen of mine which got broken. So when I see that, I feel sad. So these are reactions and feelings that is expressed towards an object or a person, and it is accompanied by physiological changes. This is very important for all of us to understand for the simple reason that whenever there is emotional turmoil, our physical health is also equally affected. So I just want to underline this. Whenever there is an emotion, it is usually accompanied by a physiological changes. When we get angry, we breathe fast. When we get angry, our blood pressure increases. When we get sad, also there are several physiological changes in our body. So this will in turn, in the long term, affect one's physical health. So this is very important and we need to know that. Next. Next slide, please. So why regulating emotions are important? Because people who can regulate their emotions can manage their life stress and problems effectively. So they can cope with those issues very well. Whenever they're faced with the problems or a challenge, they will cope, they will manage, and they will come out of those difficulties quickly. So this, in fact, will help them to maintain their mental health or have their mental status in a good health status. So if not, what will happen if you're not able to manage your emotions? So that's when people slowly will move towards stress, distress, and common conditions like depression and anxiety. So if we are able to manage our emotions well, then probably we can deal with all the life situations very effectively. So that's the importance of regulating emotions. Next. So as told previously, it helps us to work effectively and also to solve a problem. So basically nowadays, most of the time we hear that the industry requires a person with emotional quotient rather than intelligent quotients, because when we hire a person, we can train them, we can give them a skill. But if he is very good in emotional quotient, then probably he will manage himself very well. He will manage his colleagues very well. He will manage the situations in the industries very well. He will be able to manage the studies very well. So everything can be managed very well if he is very good in regulating his emotions. Next. See, basically, emotions are like helping us to perform something in our life. Just like we eat food, this food gives us some nutrients, and each of the nutrients have a different role. We have proteins, carbohydrates, vitamins. They have a different role. Similarly, just like how food is very important for our body, emotions are also very important. Just like different food plays a different role in our body, different types of emotions have a different role in our life. So it's very important that these emotions are basically serving a function. That is what we need to understand. Next. This is just as previously told, it is helping us to serve a function. How? Let us say that we are walking in a park and suppose some twig falls on us from a small branch from a tree falls on us. We don't we just react to that in a fraction of a second. Okay, so why do we do it like that? Because that is what is our emotions is helping us to do. Let us say that no, we just when a twig falls on us, we quickly shrug our shoulder. In fact, sometimes we may scream also. Then we jump and move to the next point. Why? Because if it were to be a harmful thing, then we want to protect our life. So that is the functions of emotions. So if let us say something is fallen on us, let us say it is an insect or maybe a snake also. If we take time to react to that, what will happen? We are endangering our life. So basically emotions are there to help us. So this is what we need to understand. I'm repeating again, emotions are there to help us in our life. So that is why I'm saying sad emotions, anger, or whatever the emotions are, all the emotions are equally good and important and therefore helping us in our life. Next slide. Next slide. Yeah. So why do you think that emotions are helping us in our life? If you see our brain has evolved from the day we were there in the forest as hunters and gatherers. So we have three different types of brain. One is called a survival brain, the other is called as an emotional brain, and the third is called as a thinking brain. The survival brain is the most primitive part of our brain. So what is our survival? So when we are hunters and gatherers in the forest, okay, so what was our whenever we come with a danger, what was the solutions for that? Whenever we face any danger, when we are hunters and gatherers, we just had three different solutions. We just fight, or will flight, that means run off, or will just freeze and stand. So these were the basic solutions for any problems that we faced. So that is the survival brain helping us to live a life. And the solution of the survival brain is helping us to fight, helping us to flight, and freeze. So these are the functions of the survival brain. But as we evolved further, there was need for we just created a group of individuals. They started settling, and there was small family kind of a bondings were being formed. So one needs to feed. There was a need for reproduction, caring for anyone. So that's when the next levels of emotions, because by fight, flight, or by freezing, we can't take care of our younger ones. So we need a different types of solutions. So that's when our emotional brain developed, and we started caring for the people. So the caring, all the emotions related to caring is part of our emotional brain. That started when we started to living as a group of individuals. Next slide. But what happened was, when we started to live in a conglomeration, that is many families together, we formed a small village. So when that was there, then we had to interact with many people. We need to build a trust with many people. We used to face many problems in human relationships itself. So when such a situation evolved, then what is the solution? So that's when our thinking brain started to evolve. And the thinking brain is a higher order brain, and that thinking brain is the one which differentiates humans from animals. So basically, because if you see emotional brain, even animals also care for the younger ones, right? Thinking brain is the one which differentiates humans from animals. So when the need for evolution of the thinking brain was the type of environment we were, the type of emotions that is required in that environment were all different. In order to help us to survive such an environment, thinking brain evolved, and it is now helping us in several ways. Okay, next slide. So quickly I'll finish off this. Basically, if you want to be physically fit, what do? We take good diet, eat good foods. We do a lot of physical activity. Maybe we can go for a gym. We can even get trained. We can do some athletics, participate, etc., etc. By that we can become physically strength. Similarly, emotion can be built, and we call that as an emotional strength. So whenever many of us will feel that we are weak emotionally, I'm emotionally low, or emotionally I'm weak, so many people misuse. So all those things are there. So in that context, what I want to say is, just like you can improve the strengths of your body, that is called as physical strength, you can definitely improve your emotional strength by following some of the techniques that I'm going to enlist later. Next. Next. Okay, so this is one important concept that you should all think, or you should adopt in your life. This is called as emotional flexibility. I've tried to give a small story there. See, Venu is a person who is finished his 12th standard, and now he wants to do his graduation. So he wants to move to a new city. But what is happening to him? He's moving to a new city is the thought of moving to a new city itself is creating a lot of apprehension, lot of anxiety in Venu. So he's somewhat feeling very bad. He's somewhat feeling insecure of going to another city. So that is the status of his mind. What is the thought? The thought there is, how I can go to the new city? What will I do in the new city? Do you have people there? Will they help me? So many questions are coming to his mind. Now Venu's mother is coming to his help. What is she telling? She is telling Venu, when you were a small child, you were very interested or excited in exploring new things. Okay, so you just like to get new items for play. You just like to go to meet new friends. You would like to go to new places. So why don't you have that thought? You are going to a new city, so that's a completely new experience now. So why don't you feel like that? She's conveying that message to Venu. So once that message has come to Venu's mind, that instead of thinking that going to a new place is actually a challenge, he now sees that going to a new place is an opportunity. So that means he sees a lot of people, he can new place, he can explore new things. The moment he changes the thought from now being a challenge to an opportunity, he will shift from being apprehensive and anxious to excited, happy, okay, to seek new things, to try new things. So this is called as emotional flexibility. So everyone, whenever we face a challenge, then we should change the way we are thinking. The moment we do that, automatically the mental health issues or whatever distress that we are going through will shift to a better mental health status. Next slide. Next slide. Yeah. So this, I'm sorry for the poor quality of this picture, but what I'm trying to say is in the core, there's one common issue, that is we ordered an item in the online, and but when it came to a person, it was not found to be of a good quality, or it was not of the item that he had ordered. So basically now the person feels that they have cheated him. So okay, basically when a product comes after ordering in the online, he sees that the product is of not of good quality, and he feels that, that they have done a fraud on it. When that is the situation, how can you think differently? Suppose a person is angry about that, what he will do? So anger is an emotion. So let us say myself, I'm very angry because they cheated me. So what I will do is I will shout at the person was responsible. I will write all types of mails. I will call the person. I will blast him. So this is the response because I am angry. Let us say I feel that it is a shame or a guilt. What is the shame or a guilt here? Because I am weak. They cheated me. So I am a stupid person. I am not capable of handling even this thing. So when that is the emotional feeling, actually the outcome becomes that you feel that you are like a stupid person, and you feel that you are not fit for anything. Then you try to isolate yourself. You won't share anything to others. So all those things will happen. So the event is the same thing, that I received a faulty product, but the response or outcome depends upon what emotional status I am in. If I am angry, there is a different outcome. If I feel that I'm being shamed or guilt, there's a different outcome. If I fear is an emotion. If I get feared, there's a different outcome. Like that, when a situation is there, different emotions can arise, and each emotion is a different outcome. So what if we should learn from this is, whenever you are faced with any challenges like this, you should think, suppose if I'm angry, what are the possible outcomes? Suppose I become sad because of this, what was the possible outcomes? Suppose if I be anxious about receiving a faulty product, what will the possible outcome? Then you will know which outcome is good. Is shouting at a person is good, or is confining ourselves and making us stupid is good, or what is the best outcome? So this wheel of emotions will help you to manage all types of situations. So basically now I've told you two important concepts. One is emotional flexibility. So where does emotional flexibility fits in? It fits in this wheel of emotion. Change your emotions, considering what are the possible outcomes. If you start thinking like that, then you will manage your emotions very well. Next slide. Next slide. Next slide. So this is the most important part, and I'll finish off in another 10 minutes or so. Basically, I just wanted to teach you some techniques on how to manage an emotion, and this I will try to do with an story. So there were Kiran and Kumar, two people were there, and both of them were asked to give a speech on Kannada Rajyotsava. So that's a Karnataka State Formation Day. So Kiran and Kumar both were very good and knowledgeable about Kannada literature. Both were very good. But what happened was Kiran had stage fear. I can see among the participants, many youths are there who fear when speaking to a large number of people. So in that context, what it does is when you see so many people, so many people looking at him, he thinks that if he makes a mistake in front of everybody, everyone will think low of him. His friends will make fun of him. Thinking that what Kiran does is, though he has prepared well, though he is very very good, when he comes on the stage, he starts to fear. Because of that, whatever he wants to say, he will try to miss on that. So, and actually won't deliver a good speech at all. But on the other hand, what Kumar sees is, Kumar thinks that everybody can make a mistake, and even people can let people make laugh and fun of him. That's not an issue, because mistakes are bound to happen. Mistakes are actually part of human life's evolution. So why should I worry if I make any mistakes? That's nothing big deal in that. So let us try. So that's the attitude. When he has that attitude, he comes on the stage, he speaks very confidently and boldly, and therefore he just gives a good speech. So both are of same caliber, both are good in the subject, good in the knowledge, but because the other person fears, he delivers it very poorly, because other person takes it as a challenge. It's not a mistake, so it's bound to happen. So let us try it. Because of that type of an attitude, he makes a good speech. So let us keep this story in our subsequent slides. Next slide. Next slide. Now, please remember the story and we'll understand the steps. Some ways of thinking differently and regulating our emotions. How can we regulate our emotions? 3 simple steps: setting boundaries, being positive about negative emotions and emotional habits. Setting boundary, being positive about negative emotions, and developing a good emotional habits. Next slide. Next slide. How do you set the boundary? The first thing is limit the challenge in time. That means no challenge lasts forever. Okay. So what is happening here is the challenge for Kiran and Kumar is speaking in front of the audience. Let us say we speak in front of the audience, we make few mistakes and audience laughs. Okay. What ways Kiran do is that he repeatedly runs that instance in his mind. After speech is also, he feels the same thing. He goes to home, he feels that people laughed at him, he starts thinking like that. Next day also he does the same thing. Third day also he does the same thing. Okay, so he's carrying different, throughout the day, the next day, third day, fourth day. Okay, so if he does like that, then whatever the challenge is there, it will get more worsened. So basically, what is the challenge that he spoke? It was that point of time. Okay, suppose if he consciously makes an attempt that was only for that part of the time, and it is not related to any part of my life or time, then automatically what he will do is maybe he will be somewhat sad till the day, but next day he will try to normalize, next day he will try to move on. Okay, so he will not carry that instances to the next day. So therefore we should limit the challenge in time. Past is over, not an issue. Present is only now, so we need to focus only on that. Future is only tomorrow, so let tomorrow come, we'll face it. So that should be our attitude. Okay, next slide. Limit the challenge to the task it is concerned. Okay, what is the task here? Kiran was supposed to give public lecture, so that is one of the skill of Kiran, giving a public lecture. Kiran had so many other skills. Okay, let us say he was a good drawing. Let us say he plays music very well. Let us say he studies very well. So there are so many other skills in which he has tried to excel. So that means when such a situation arises, what we should do is, okay, I was not good in public lecture, but that doesn't mean that I'm not good in studies. But that doesn't mean that I'm not good in other skills which I possess. So therefore, public speaking is one part of my life, not to worry. So therefore, what I will do is I'll start, okay, how to improve on that. I will start thinking on those lines. So limit the challenge to the task. Because of failing, being ashamed or being failed in one task, don't carry that in entirety of your life. Understood? You may be good in studies, you have several other skills, so you should feel proud of that rather than feeling bad about not speaking well in the public lecture. Next slide. Limit the challenge to the role. So basically, Kiran is actually a son to his father. Kiran is a friend to all his friends. Kiran is a good brother for his sister. So there are several different roles. Kiran is a person who is very good with his neighbor. So all these roles are there. The only role where he made some mistakes and got affected because of that was in the public speaking. Okay. So we should try to analyze issues like that. Okay, so what happened in public speaking? Not an issue, but does that mean I'm not a good son to my father? Does that mean I'm not a good student? Does that mean I'm not a good friend? No, I'm good in all those aspects. So only this part of public speaking I was not able to manage very well. So if I start thinking like that, then what happens is automatically I'll feel proud, I'll feel happy, and then I'll try to come out of the emotional distress that I was having. So we should always try to understand this. Next slide. Limit the challenge to what you can control and what you cannot control. It's very, very simple. See, I can make a public speaking, I can make some mistakes, or if I work hard and I'll try to reduce my mistakes. All these are under my control. Whether people laugh, whether they do not laugh, or whether they respond appropriately or not appropriately is completely not under my control. So in your life, you should focus whenever issues come, you should think what are the issues that is under my control, what are not under my control. So I can't control people, their behavior. So why should I worry about that? So I'll rather focus on what I can control. And if you start practicing like this, definitely I can assure you that you will be able to manage your emotions very well. Next slide. So so basically the first part of managing your emotion is limit the emotions to time, to the skill, to the role, and considering what you can control and what you cannot control. This is very important. Second thing is healthify your emotions, being positive about negative emotions. Okay, I will not speak about this theory here. Go to the next slide. Yeah, see, I have listed a few things here. Emotions and what could be the unhealthy actions and what could be the healthy actions. I'll just take one example and then we'll move forward. So basically, we are in anger. So we are very angry now. So when we are angry, what are the possible actions that we can take? We can get aggressive, we can shout, we can hit at people, and we can argue without listening to a third person. So these are some of the actions. Whether they're healthy, you should think. If I'm angry, what could be the healthy alternative for that? Maybe I can communicate what is bothering me and discuss with the person. Okay, so this is the healthy way of handling things. Let us say, for example, I received a faulty product from the online shopping. Okay, so instead of getting aggressive, shouting at people and arguing it to the customer care very hardly, not listening to them, what outcome will I get? Because I get anger, my BP rises and I'm putting my physical health also in problem. The other way, if I can speak to them, okay, so this is what has happened, and can you kindly rectify this? If you can take that type of an action, automatically you will be calm, you will be composed, and the outcome of that action will be very, very, very favorable to you. So basically, whenever you are having any emotions, think of what could be the unhealthy actions and what could be the healthy actions. So if you feel that healthy actions have a favorable outcome, then probably you have to go for that. So this is called as healthifying emotions. Anger is what do you say? Anger is not a bad or good emotion. That's an emotion actually. So we can make it unhealthy or we can make it healthy by our approaches. So please be very clear. You can make your emotions or you can healthify your emotions. Also remember the wheel of emotions. The problem is one, but you can have different emotions. For different emotions, you will have different outcomes. And based on the outcomes, you need to make a conscious decision of what is the emotion that you want to exhibit and how do you want to act. Next slide. So third part is we develop our emotions based upon the values we uphold. Let us say my value is my value is to be very right. My value is not to be very aggressive, and my value is not to be very get easily depressed or sad. So these are some of the values that I've set in my life. So if that is the case, then automatically for a given challenge or a situation, how should our emotions be? Our emotions should be in line with the values that I hold. Let us say, for example, I received a faulty product from the online shopping. my value is that I shouldn't be, my value is I don't want to be aggressive. So if that is my value, then automatically what will happen? I'll try to handle that issue in a calm, composed way, try to call to the customer care, complain to them, and then ask them to take appropriate action. So therefore, we all should have our values, and whenever we face any challenges or situations, we should think whether the emotions that I'm exhibiting and whether the actions that I'm going to take is in line with my values or not. So if you can think on those lines, then you will be able to take a better decision. Next slide. So bringing in the idea of acceptance and respect. So this is very important. So what will happen is, if suppose somebody is giving an opinion or doesn't approve our idea, what we do is we tend to argue with them. We tend to shout at them. This most of the time happens with your friend, with your family members, etc., etc., etc. But what we should do is, a different person might be having a different opinion. That opinion is not liked by you. So what you can do is respectfully say, okay, fine, whatever you said is okay, but that is your opinion. But I won't agree with that opinion. It's okay. So I just want to convey that to you. So if you can think of those lines, so basically what say, let us say, for example, here I would give to a situation. A woman is wants to go to the office. She is already late. She goes to catches an auto. That auto is trying to charge exorbitant fare. Okay, but at that time, what she thinks is, how can this auto person take exorbitant amount? He's cheating me. So she can stand there and argue and fight with that person. And because of that, what happens? She was supposed to reach her office at 10 a.m. She got delayed. Suppose if she thinks, okay, that person is not right. That is his value. That is his opinion. Fine, let it be. Okay, I'm not agreeing for his opinion or thought. So I will say that, okay, fine. This is not right to us. So I can tell that auto driver, this is not right. Whatever you're charging is, unethical. So it's okay. I can say that, and then I can move on. So what happens is, instead of fighting with the auto person, I will accept and respect his opinion, and then take another auto or take some other help and reach my office on time. So if you can develop this idea of acceptance and respect for other person's opinion, then probably we can manage our emotions very well. Next slide. So we all have heard this TV habit, eating habit, work-related habit, etc., etc. But nobody knows about emotional habit. Everyone has developed some emotional habit. Okay, so go to the next slide. Everyone has an emotional habit. If you can answer these questions, and if answer to any of these questions is yes, then probably you are having a particular emotional habit. Okay, so I'll just go through one question. Do you usually get angry, worried, or anxious about the same things? Or can others predict how you tend to react in a given situation? So if somebody says, okay, now this is the situation, now you say how that person will react. If that somebody can predict how you will react to a given situation, then definitely you are having some emotional habit developed. Sometimes it may be a good emotional habit, or sometimes it may be a bad emotional habit. So it is very important for us to identify our emotional habit. So these questions will help you to do that. Next slide. So so basically I've told you the strategies. That means first is to limit the challenge. Second thing is healthify your emotions. That means make your emotions positive. Third thing is we need to develop emotional habits. How to develop emotional habits? Okay, these are the few steps. Be aware, stop gently, rethink and grow. Next slide. Be aware means we should know what are our emotional habits. We should know what are the different emotions we go through. Nowadays, there is very poor awareness about emotions. If you ask people to say emotions, we hardly get 5 to 10 emotions. 10 is also very high. Happy, sad, angry, jealous. So if you go on listing like this, hardly some 80 emotions is what commonly people enlist. But there are 40 to 50 emotions or even more than that. So many of us are not aware of the emotions. So first we need to be aware of all the emotions that we undergo. Okay. So then see whether those emotions comes in for with your value system. Okay, so I'm what do you say? I don't want to be fighting with people, so that's my value system. So whenever I have some emotion, you should think whether that emotion is helping me to strengthen my value system or it is against my value system. If it is against my value systems, it's better I change that emotion. Similarly, you have to see whether your emotion is coming in the long-term goal. In the case of Kiran, let us say in speaking in the public, he had some problem, but his long-term goal is to become a good public speaker or to be a politician. Who knows? Okay, so in that case, he'll have to face a lot of people, lot of stages. So fear, is it helpful for him in his long-term goal is what one needs to check. If it is not helpful, then better we change that emotion. So that is how we need to be aware of what emotions that we are undergoing. Next slide. Stop gently. Nothing can be changed drastically. Nothing can be changed overnight. So you need to change your emotions slowly. Suppose if you are having fear of speaking in front of all the students, what you should do is you should mark 1 to 10. One day you will feel that the fear level was 10. Let us assume that means very high fear. And the level 1 is no fear. So what you do is first day you try to speak in front of the class students. You will have very high fear. So you mark it as 10. Then you practice it, practice it, practice it. Third day, fourth day, fifth day, slowly the intensity of the emotions will come down. By end of 1 month, probably you would have overcome that fear and your level of fear would be around 3 or 4. So what I'm trying to say is if you want to change your emotional habit, you can have scales like this. You can track your emotions and then feel proud about that you are being able to control bad emotions and improve good emotions. Okay, so this you can try. Next slide. Rethink. So when you want to rethink the emotions, how do you rethink? Go back to time, role, task, and what you have in your control. So bring all those points, and at a given situation, you should think in these lines so that you will automatically change your emotion. Similarly, healthify your negative emotions. So I have already told if there is an emotion, there is a healthy action, there is an unhealthy action. So suppose if you choose an healthy action for your angry, then you're trying to healthify your emotions because the outcome is healthy. So angry is not a good emotion, but the way you have tried to handle it with the outcomes is makes your negative emotions a healthy emotion. So that is what you can practice also. Next slide. Grow. Okay, so this when you have learned, you try to implement that in each and every aspect of your life, and every day you will see that you are trying to build your emotional quotients very well. So that's what you can do. Next slide. This is the last slide. So basically we are having the program called as Yuva Spandana. So this is a program being implemented in the state of Karnataka in active collaboration with Department of Youth Empowerment and Sports, and the Department of Epidemiology is a technical partner for that particular program. So in that program, the issues that is being shown there, healthy lifestyle, educational and academic, personality development, for all these issues, trained youth at the district level who are placed in your Spandana Kendras. Okay, so they will provide solutions or interventions to all the youths who need interventions for these issues at the district level. So we are proud to be saying that this program is successfully implemented and is still being run by our department with the support of Department of Youth Empowerment and Sports. So people who are there in Karnataka can go to all district headquarters, especially in the district stadium. There is Yuva Spandana Kendras. Yeah, trained youth called Yuva Parivartakas are there and Yuva Samalochakas are there, and they will help you with all these issues. So with that, I thank each and everyone for listening to my talk, and I hope I have delivered some of the skills that you can practice as youths in order to improve your life. Thank you, and thank you the organizers for giving me this opportunity as well.
Thank you, Doctor. Doctor, that was an amazing session where you helped us understand emotions. Many a times that we understand everything, but not emotions. So that was great. And at least for me, our for many of people like me, that word emotional habit must be something new. I admit that for me it's new, totally new. And thank you. We understand that we should have emotional flexibility and regulate our emotions at times. Thank you for this wonderful session on behalf of the HCL Foundation and Skill Development. Now we are almost at the closing point of Yuva Mela 2022. We have been updating about this event on our various social media handles, requesting everyone who have joined from NGO partners and our young, brilliant candidates to follow us on these social media platforms. We are dropping in the links in the chat box. You can find it from there. Now, I request Ms. Simi Suri, Deputy General Manager of HCL Foundation, to officially offer vote of thanks for this session. Over to you, ma'am.
Yeah, thank you, everybody. I just want to say thank you because there is no point if I go back. I think each and every session was very relevant and very much required for the youth. And, whether it was confidence building, whether it was, what are the opportunities available, whether it was, how they feel, nervousness is there, or, wherever they feel the lack is there. Whatever was, touching the youth, I think everything was shared. And it was even shared, what are the problems which are there and how we have to stay away from that. That is, where the social media and all that was talked about. So I will just summarize it in a way because I know it's lunchtime. A lot of time has been taken. And it is just, I was just thinking, yes, happiness is a quotient for everything. And when we feel confident, definitely we are happy. And what leads to confidence is when we give 100% in something. And how we give 100%, that is by discipline. And how does the discipline comes? It comes with will. So I find everything was interrelated to each other, and everything was, interlinked, interrelated. And this is what we have to see in life, that if we want to be happy, we have to see, are we giving our 100%? When we give our 100%, yes, confidence is going to be there. And how to stay from certain bad habits also. Yes, when comparisons happen, when failures are there, when we try to be judgmental, how we are killing indirectly ourselves. We don't realize a lot of things were shared. Be aware, be active, try to acknowledge those things and emit from your life. Thank you so much. मैं यही कहूंगी बच्चों को कि बच्चों, सारी चीजें आपके लिए शेयर की गई थी और ये सारी चीजें हमारे अंदर हैं, हम कर सकते हैं। और आपने पूरी अपनी लगन के साथ, अपनी मेहनत के साथ कुछ भी करेंगे, आप आगे ही बढ़ेंगे। तो मैं इसी के साथ आप सबका धन्यवाद करती हूँ। आपने 3-4 घंटे बिल्कुल लग के हमारे साथ इस सेशन को इतना सुंदर बनाया। थैंक यू सो मच।
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, everyone. Have a great day. Stay healthy, stay safe.
Thank you.
Thank you. Gaurav, can we end the session for everyone?
Yes. Thank you, everyone.